Jada, we're going to get it started. So we'll call the September 15th, 2025 meeting of the Iredell-Statesville Schools Board of Education to order. Nice to be back. Dr. James, do you have any adjustments to the agenda?
Not at this time, Chairman.
Do I have any adjustments to the agenda from the board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to add board member comment to the end of the agenda.
So we have, Mr. Sloan has basically made a motion to add board member comments to the end of the agenda. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any comments, Mr. Sloan? Same as normal, okay. Anyone else? Comments?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm still waiting to review, which is on our agenda, the board operating agreement. Once it's hopefully passed or not passed, then we can proceed on to have board member comments put on agendas from now on.
And that, I think, was the comment I made, is if it did get passed, I would put it on there and within the constraints of that board operating agreement, yeah. And that's the plan going forward. Okay, any other comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of adding board member comments to the end of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
We have two. All those opposed, nay? No. Okay, so Kevin, did you vote nay? Nay, so it's 5-2. All right. Any other adjustments to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the agenda as posed, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
We have 2 nays, so 5-2, the agenda has passed. Ms. Haynes.
I move the board go into closed session pursuant North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11 for the following reasons. Under subsection A1, to discuss matters that are confidential under the law, specifically personnel matters under NCGS 115C-319 and student matters under 20 USC Section 1232G. Also, under subsection A3, to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
We have a motion to go into closed order. Do I have a closed session? We have a second by Mr. Hoke. All those in favor of going in closed session, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, 7-0. We are now in closed session. we can get everyone up, we'll go ahead and get started. It's 6 o'clock.
Somewhere.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Come out of closed session, this is the open session and call to order for the Iredell-Statesville Board of Education, September 15th, 2025 school meeting. I want to welcome everyone to our meeting. Schools are in session, learning is happening, and good things happen when learning's happening. So I want to start out with a moment of silence. We've had it's been a pretty rough week, honestly. The 9/11 remembrance, 24 years now, with the Charlie Kirk shooting. And then I think Ms. Sloan wanted to make a quick comment here.
Mr. Chairman, it's, when we come on the board, we represent the whole county once we get on the board, all the districts. But there was a young man that lost his life in my neighborhood, in my district, and was on my football team. And talked to his mom today. And of course, they still in need of prayer.
Of course.
And I would like you to extend a moment of silence just a little bit, if you would, sir.
I have no issue extending a moment of silence. So we'll do the moment of silence, and I'll extend it a little bit longer than I normally do. So let's do that now. All right, thank you very much. Okay, next we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next we have our consent agenda. So we'll start out with Dr. Mazzell and considering personnel, and if there's anything we can ask in open session that's legal for us to ask at open session about personnel. Does any board members have any questions or comments for Dr. Mazzell? It's good seeing. Go ahead.
Dr. Mazzell, how are we with hiring status this time as compared to this time last year? How are we doing as far as number of openings, et cetera?
We are in a very good place with hiring our staff. Right now, we probably have around, let me pull my report out. We have, I grabbed the wrong folder. We have about 15 positions in core that we have not filled. 3 of them are elementary, maybe 6 in middle, and 5 in high, around those numbers. So we're in a very good place than we were last year this time. We're still looking for EC teachers. That continues to be one of our areas of challenge to find, and we're looking, we're looking at international to kind of support us in that area as well. But we are moving forward. We are working hard. Our principals are doing a great job in filling those positions.
Thank you. Appreciate your efforts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Sloan.
What would be a benefit for being an EC teacher? Would that be a more fulfilling position at the end of the day, or is it a position that's just challenging? I know it's hard for us to put people there, but it would seem to me like if I was an EC teacher, I would be more fulfilled at the end of the day by doing that position.
I think teaching in general is fulfilling. It is a challenging, but for EC, there are that position, it requires patience. It requires a real passionate person to work through the challenges of our ECT kids, but it is rewarding. Any teaching position, we feel that it's rewarding, but it does take takes a person to want to do EC because there you have, paperwork that has to be done. Parents have talked with parents and collaborate. And so it's a great experience, but you have to be in a great place to deal with the challenges of it.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? I just want to say, I've been on the board, I guess, 5 years now. Is that long, Dr. Mizell? Crazy. But I think this is one of the lowest I have seen at this point in time, numbers-wise, relative to teachers. We still have staff issues.
Yes.
And we are hiring. If you will work, we are hiring.
Absolutely.
And come see you, and we have a new person helping you out now.
Yes.
And so, if anyone out there is listening, you need a job, we'll do what we can if you got the qualifications.
Yep. Just call me.
Just call him. Thank you very much.
Yes. Seeking your approval for the personnel report.
I'm going to do that during the consent agenda because I may have not been doing that correctly. Normally, I think the consent agenda, we approve the minutes and the personnel at the same time.
Yes, sir.
And I'm correct. So I just want to thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have the minutes. That's on the agenda to approve under consent agenda. Is any approval of the minutes? Any questions, concerns about the minutes? Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the August 11th Board of Education minutes, page 5, it's where I voted no. I would like to amend that to add, after my no, comma, citing this request could have been considered a non-school sponsored trip per school board policy number 3320, period.
I guess my only thought on that is I would want to ask, I guess this would be a question for Mr. Shatley. Do you do that with minutes, add like an explanation of a no after the fact, or is a no just a no?
So generally, no, but I mean, if a board member asks for an explanation at the time, generally it's up to the minute keeper to do that. I think what Ms. Haynes is asking for is a motion to amend the agenda to add that.
Okay.
That would be an appropriate motion if, and then
I think that's the question I'm really
The
asking.
board would have to approve it, yes.
Okay.
So it'd be up to,
So are you asking a motion to amend the agenda in that respect?
Yes, sir.
to amend the minutes.
To amend the minutes. So you want to go ahead and you want me to phrase it? So basically, you want to amend the minutes to add the explanation that you mentioned previously.
Yes, I'm asking to amend that with the wording, amend to, it'll say Cindy Haynes dash no, comma, citing this request could have been considered a non-school sponsored trip per school board policy 3320, period.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking
Okay.
to amend.
Okay, so that's been the do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Kern. Any discussion? Do you want to speak about it first, Ms. Haynes? Normally, I would give her speak first, or do you want me to go on?
The reason I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is those that were in here with us, they heard my questions, but anybody referring back to the minutes, it gives a little bit more reasoning
Context.
why I said no.
Gotcha.
It's not that I'm against school field trips. This is an international trip, and I do believe it could have been done as a non-school sponsored trip.
Gotcha. So, Mr. Sloan, you want to make a comment?
It's of my opinion, if it wasn't said word for word in our last meeting like that, it should be put in the minutes of this meeting instead of correcting the minutes of the last meeting.
So that's the comments there. Anyone else want to make any other comments? For or against? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. I guess my comment on it is, if you said that in the previous one, I would be okay, in the last meeting, to put it in the minutes in. Does that make sense? If you mentioned it, I don't remember, to be completely honest. If you'd said it then, I'd be okay. If not, I would probably vote against it. Do you remember?
No, I didn't say it, but I reviewed it
Okay.
this week when we got our packet.
Gotcha, understand, okay. So, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of amending the August 11th? Is that correct? August 11th Board of Education meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay on this side, so 5-2, it does pass. It was myself, Mr. Sloan. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Point of
sir.
information.
yes, sir.
Because we amended this minutes, does that break the chain of combining all three items into the consent agenda?
I think we can, go ahead.
Yes. It means that the August 11th minutes have to be approved separately.
Okay, so we'll do on the consent agenda, thank you, Mr. Kubik. We'll do the,
I would do the August 11th minutes full approval at this.
I'm going to do personnel on August 4th.
No, I would do the August 11th minutes
Do
first.
August 11th separately.
Yeah, but I would go ahead and do August
You
11th.
want to do that now? Okay. So as they are amended, we're going to vote on just the August 11th minutes, and then we'll do consent for personnel on August the 4th. All those in favor, excuse me, I got to have a motion. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes
I make the motion, we approve the minutes,
for August 11th?
August 11th.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Kern. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor of adopting the August 11th, 2025 Board of Education amended meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None, 7-0. Now we'll vote on the rest of the consent agenda, which would be the personnel report and the August 4th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes. Do I have a motion that we accept the consent agenda as just discussed?
Motion to accept.
We have a motion from Mr. Hoke. Do I have a second? We have a second by Ms. Kern. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda as discussed, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0. Okay. All right, very good. Now we're to the fun part, the recognition. So, Mr. Woody, you are up.
Good evening, Chairman Knight, members of the board, and Dr. James. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you again tonight to honor one of our outstanding CTE teachers this evening. So at this time, we have some special guests with us. I'd like to call up Dr. Karen Sumner, the NCAT Deputy Executive Director, and Ms. Jean Turner from NC DPI Office of CTE to the podium to honor Ms. Olivia Atchley as one of 24 finalists for the NCAT CTE Teacher of the Year. And I'd like to add, this is the second year in a row that Iredell-Statesville Schools has had one of the 24 finalists in the state.
That's really cool.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. James. And it is a big deal to have 2 years in a row. This is incredibly competitive. You wouldn't believe the incredible things that are going on with CTE education across the state. So it truly is impressive. And so would Olivia actually please come forward at this time? We want to celebrate you up here in front of everybody. On behalf of the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, it is my privilege to announce that Olivia Atchley, a computer science, IT, and technology education teacher at West Iredell Middle School, has been selected as a finalist for the NCAT 2026 Burroughs Wellcome Fund North Carolina Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year Award. You do not have to memorize that to win. I apologize. This recognition highlights Ms. Ashley's exceptional contributions to CTE instruction and her remarkable impact on the students and community here in Iredell-Statesville Schools. I would like to recognize Mr. Lord, principal of West Iredell Middle School, and Mr. Woody, the CTE director, for their support of Ms. Ashley as well. I also want to thank Jean Turner for being here this evening from NCDPI to honor you as well. The Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year Award was established to celebrate the innovation, leadership, and dedication of CTE educators across North Carolina. This award honors teachers who exemplify the highest standards of excellence in preparing students for both college and career pathways and supporting workforce development. Ms. Atchley will be attending a week of professional development with her fellow finalists in December, where interviews and portfolio review will be conducted by an expert panel of judges from across the state to determine the next CTE Teacher of the Year. On December 4th, we will celebrate all these finalists and announce the winner at a recognition event at the Corey Convention Center in Greensboro. At NCAT, we're committed to advancing teaching as an art and a profession. And we're thrilled, absolutely thrilled to celebrate you, Olivia, as a shining example of this mission. Please join me in congratulating Olivia Atchley on this outstanding achievement, and we are pleased to present you with this certificate recognizing you as a CTE Teacher of the Year finalist.
Thank you, and Dr. Knight, Dr. James, members of the board, again, thank you for the opportunity to honor some of our outstanding CT students tonight. And I'm not sure if the Lake Norman students are here from FBLA tonight or Mr. Estes, were they able to make it? It was up in the air if they'd come to work or not, but I'll give them to you, Mr. Allen, for you to check back. Yep, absolutely. But I will say that back in May, Mr. Estes had the opportunity to travel with 5 of their outstanding students to the National FBLA Conference in Anaheim, California. The students attended workshops on leadership, public speaking, and digital marketing, and had the chance to network with students and professionals from across the globe. We're excited to share for the first time since 2019, Lake Norman FBLA had a team place in the top 10 at nationals with Cody Juris and Guadalajara Ganapan earning 4th place in the nation for their business plan. And I will pass these along with their principal, Mr. Allen, to make sure that those students get that. But let's give them a big round of applause for those students. And then also, back in, let's see, is Mr. Bennett here tonight? I know some of his kids, a lot of kids are working, and so it's hard to get them here, but let me read this one. Good evening, Chairman Knight, members of the board, Dr. James. Thank you again for the opportunity to recognize some of our outstanding students from the Career Academy and Technical School. And on June 23rd, 5 of our teachers and 6 students traveled to the traveled with CATS to the Skills USA Nationals in Georgia for the week to compete with the National Skills USA contest. And we're proud to say that we have some top national placings to share. Wyatt Donahue placed 2nd in the nation for collision damage and appraisal, and for the first time ever competing in drone competition at the national level, I'm proud to say that Alex Gibson and Tunde Ole placed 3rd in the nation for the commercial drone contest and represented CATS and Iredell-Statesville schools super well. I'm very proud of those gentlemen, and for CATS and for Lake Norman and for all those CT kids for what they do and the difference they make, and for all those CT advisors out there, and especially Mr. Bennett and his team and Mr. Estes at FBLA. So a big round of applause for those 3 from CATS for their accomplishments as well.
And Mr. Woody, thank you and Dr. James and the system for supporting kids, having at the college level, have kids that do international have them do these competitions, these nationwide competitions. Travel is not cheap.
It is.
And it is part of the budget, and sometimes you're borrowing and begging and pleading to get everything you can to get this money, but the support the system has for it shows that we think it's worthwhile, and you guys just...
And thank you guys for your continued support, and obviously the kids that go really make us proud, so
Yes,
thank
they
you
do.
guys.
Thank you. Okay. Next, Ms. Jill Parker is talking about the ISS Teacher of the Year, Assistant Principal of the Year, Principal of the Year, and NCCAT 2024-2025 Beginning Teacher of the Year.
It's a mouthful.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Dr. James, Chairman Knight, members of the board. We're going to take this opportunity to recognize the extraordinary contributions of our Teachers of the Year and our Principal of the Year for Iredell-Statesville schools. These individuals have gone above and beyond in their roles, demonstrating excellence in teaching, unwavering commitment to students, and a passion for lifelong learning. Their creativity, resilience, and ability to adapt in an ever-evolving educational landscape makes them stand out as true leaders within Iredell-Statesville schools. If I can get someone to help pass these out, and then as your name is called, teachers, if you'll come and stand at the front to be recognized. We have Amy Comer for Career Technical School here at Katz. Amy Cook for Celeste Hinkle Elementary School. Hannah Wishon from Central Elementary School. Brittany Murphy from Cloverleaf Elementary School. Breanne Lewis from Cottle Creek Elementary School. Brittany Dearman from Collaborative College for Technology and Leadership. Lauren Lewis from Cool Spring Elementary School. Gretchen Beddard from Crossroads Arts, Science, and Early College. Ronnie Gallo from Discovery Program. Trevor Batchelor from East Iredell Elementary School. Marcus Cromwell from East Iredell Middle School. Tracy Gallion from Harmony Elementary School. Iris Nunez Sosa from Lake Norman Elementary School. Tyler Horton from Lake Norman High School. Kelly Cook from Lake Shore Elementary School. Isaac Richardson from Lake Shore Middle School. Anya Miller from NB Mills Elementary School. Lauren Gaither from North Iredell High School. Jonathan Atkins from North Iredell Middle School. Kathleen Guerin from Northview Academy. Miranda Smith from Oakwood Middle School. Jennifer Todd from Scotts Elementary School. Kelsey Tedder from Sharon Elementary School. Ellen Stout from Shepherd Elementary School. Nancy Watts from South Iredell High School. Micah Durham from Statesville High School. Kirsten Utila from the Brawley School. Caleb Hill from Third Creek Elementary School. Krista Perrine from Third Creek Middle School. Christine Hallstrom from Troutman Elementary School. Amber Reap from Troutman Middle School. Bridget Allen from Union Grove Elementary School. Samuel Holbrook from West Iredell High School. Brittany Fry from West Iredell Middle School. Vicki Jacobson from Woodland Heights Elementary School. Lauren Ruggieri from Woodland Heights Middle School. And I want to recognize our overall. We had Kelly Cook from Lake Shore Elementary School. She was our overall elementary school teacher. Tyler Horton was our overall secondary teacher from Lake Norman High School. Lauren Gaither was our ISS District Teacher of the Year. And Lauren, we want to give all of those a round of applause. Thank you so much for all that you do. And if you will scoot in, we're going to get a picture of just our Teachers of the Year, and then we'll bring our principals up. Yeah. Some of you can step up on the stage, that'd be great.
Those repeat winners.
That's fine, thank you, I'll send it to them, thank you.
Up in there.
Okay.
Just one.
Just one.
And now, principals, if you'll join us up here, we're going to get a picture with you and our Teachers of the Year. We're going to get everybody.
Almost.
Girl in the middle right here in the front, Ellen. I know her mama.
Do you really? Good people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a comment. We can't teach without teachers. You can't. Good ones make a huge difference. I know that. I'm trying to be nice. This is my favorite part of the meetings. Of course. I just want to say we can't, there ain't any teaching going on if you ain't got good teachers. And I'm sorry I went Caldwell County on you right there where I grew up, but that's what I feel like. And I have the teachers that made a difference in my life. Quality teachers change many kids' lives, and we're just so proud of you all. Okay. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for all you do. So I think.
More individuals.
I'm so sorry. I thought we were done.
No worries, it's all good. We have our Principal of the Year for Iredell-Statesville Schools.
That's right,
We really
I'm
want to
sorry.
recognize him. So if Mr. Nick Allen will please come up, he won it at Harmony Elementary. He is now at Lake Norman High School.
Well, I'm okay if I said it anyway. They're leaving. They're leaving. I wanted them to hear it.
And last, he's not here tonight, but I still want to recognize him. He was our NCAT Beginning Teacher of the Year for last year, and that is Mr. Noah Estes. He was also recognized earlier for taking the group from Lake Norman High School. So Mr. Noah Estes was this year's. We're in the process of nominating this year's NCAT Teacher of the Year, and so we'll have that winner by October, but we wanted to give him another recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that's all the recognitions we have this month. There is no school spotlight, so we're going to jump into the non-consent agenda part of the board meeting. And so first on the agenda is the board operating agreement. And if you want to pull that up, if you have your laptop, or pull the sheet out. If not, let me pull mine up here. That's on my other window. So basically, I proposed this, I've been thinking about it, proposed it last month, brought it up. And so basically, it's like an operating, when you come into the board, lots of times you don't really know what to do, how to act, how to be. I didn't. I was just kind of flying by the seat of my pants, and then COVID hit, and yeah, that was crazy. And some of the stuff that went on during COVID. So, you know, I kind of drafted with talking to the superintendent and talking to our legal advice, drafted this board operating agreement. Just give us all a level playing field so that we know kind of what the expectations are and how we should try to be as board members. We do get training. We do have some other policies that hit or miss. I wanted to basically put everything in one place so we have a good idea for it. So we discussed it a lot last month. I really haven't changed it. This would be a second reading because I asked it be policy, and Mr. Shatley said, I think Ms. Leonard said last time we were going to make this policy. So if it passed, I would ask that it would be put in the policy manual, Mr. Shatley, if that's okay.
Yeah, if that's the intent of the board, that, I think that's fine. I would say a lot of this is already based on your board member responsibilities policy. I mean, I don't have any objection with this being in policy. I will say it's kind of written in a less formal manner. You know, it kind of refers to yourselves in the first person as well, or, you know, like we and that sort of thing. And so, but I don't have a problem with that. I do know sometimes boards, you know, they revise this or come back and look at it like every time there's an election. You know, like when you have a new board constituted after the election.
I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
Anything we do as one board cannot constrain a future board, correct?
Sure, yeah, I mean, absolutely, for the most part. So I don't necessarily mind as policy. I don't think it was necessarily intended as that, but if that's what the will of the board is, then I certainly think that's fine. I would also say that I think probably the point of an operating agreement or something like this is to have the consensus of the board that this is how we're going to conduct ourselves. Like if it's something that's, you know, if it's passed as policy as 4-3, I don't necessarily know how effective that is. I mean, it's obviously a policy, so it means the board is telling itself that it'll commit to this, but I think it probably has more meaning if there is a supermajority or unanimous support for something like this, even if it's less formal, not a policy. Because I think that's really how boards make progress, is figuring out how we're going to work together and then move forward, regardless of whether that's in policy or not. So, but I mean, I'm fine either way. That's just kind of my 2 cents. They're just some things that I wanted you all to think about while you discuss this.
Okay. So, you guys heard my comments on it last week. We've had some discussion on it. I'll open it up for discussion, and if someone wants to make a motion, they can make a motion. So anyone want to discuss the board operating agreement policy? Be recognized. Go ahead, Brian.
I've got a few comments about it. If we agree to this, are we going to go back and change the policies that's already in place to match these? And if it's already in the policy, we really shouldn't need to vote on this. Another thing is, if we're going to use these as rules, what will be the punishments, and will we call each other out during the board meeting? And if so, is it going to be okay for each board member to call the other board member out when he thinks that they're not going by this set of rules? And the last thing would be board member comments. I've asked for them every meeting that we've not had them, and this being labeled as board member comment is not board member comment. It's telling you what you can say in the amount of time that you have to say it, so it's not board member comment.
So I guess let me go through let me do the last one first. From my perspective, it is board member comments. It's just having some guidelines and some rails on it so it doesn't go off the rail, which has happened in the past from my perspective. So that was the reason, you know, trying to get an idea of, in the past, as you know, it's sort of a gentleman's agreement, what happened for board member comments, and it's been a couple times where it wasn't good and wasn't productive. So that was the reason to put the guardrails I put on that in there. Your third question was, can we call each other? If it's policy, it could be within a point of order, correct? If it becomes, that's correct.
Even if it's not policy.
Okay.
Excuse me. Even if it's not policy, I think it could still be raised as, hey, we agreed to do it this way.
Yeah.
You know, we agreed in our board operating agreement that we would do it this way.
If we, and, you know, my initial thought is to make it policy. I mean, that'll be based on the motion or anything, either way. If we agree and vote on it, you know, at least there's a reference to go back that say, you know, in general, you know, a majority that voted that this is how we should act and do. So yes, within a point of information or point of, that'd be point of order, I think, and that could be a point of order, that if something went contrary to this agreement, then yeah, you could bring it up as a point of order, from my perspective. What was your second one? First one?
Going back and changing policy.
Okay, if it goes as policy, then we would have to kind of go back and forth on that. Is that correct, Mr. Shatley? Is there anything?
In here that would conflict with current?
Okay, I think Mr. Kubinick had brought up something that may conflict with it in an email he sent me, so I was wondering about that.
I don't know, what was that, Mr. Kubinick? Do you remember?
Go ahead, you can speak if you wish.
Well, you're referring to the email I sent you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't been able to see your response to.
I know, I got it to
coming
you
in so
late.
late, but
Yeah, that's fine.
if you want to, maybe I have it here and I can,
Well, tell you what, let me finish with Mr. Sloan, let him speak, and then we'll go from there. No, that's okay. Okay. Do you have anything? My response is satisfactory. Do you want to comment? Okay.
It just seems like it's going to be, it could possibly.
You might want to get your,
It could possibly be more distracting now that we'll be calling points of order, just to make
Yeah,
sure everybody's going
I'm,
precisely by this.
if you don't mind, just give me a sec. When I used to run a classroom, when you first run the rules of a classroom, that first week or two it is, and after that, everybody figures out the rules of the game, and then it's pretty smooth sailing after that. That would be my comment. Mr. Kubinick.
so here are the areas that I identified that could be in conflict with existing policy.
Okay.
First item was policy 2010 states that, quote, any information requested by a board member shall be directed to the superintendent's office, unquote. And I think through training and so forth, we are led to believe that means that if we have a question or have information needed, we go to the superintendent. However, your document said board members, quote, will communicate directly with the superintendent or other senior administrator. And the vice chair also mentioned that she's comfortable communicating and asking for information from staff members. So the question is, does policy 2010 state that if a board member requires information or has questions, the only person they're allowed to communicate is with the superintendent or not? That's the first conflict.
So, from my perspective, I think my personal opinion is policy 2010, which gives us kind of direct path to get to it, should be in place. I mean, I'm okay with changing at the will of the board. Okay, go ahead.
Next item was, I believe you stated that emails that are sent to the entire board, I asked, does a board member have a right to email back, let's say, a parent, and not speaking for the board or the district? You know, for example, you acknowledge the parent on their issue and direct the person accordingly, like go see the teacher, the principal, et cetera. I mean, I do that regularly, but your document seemed to imply that it was not appropriate for a board member to do that.
Yeah, I did not mean,
Where is that? In which number, Mr. Kubinick? I'm sorry.
That was in the paragraph, communication with stakeholder.
Number 4.
Number 4. I don't think that would just stop somebody from being polite.
no, in no way was it meant to.
Yeah, and to just say, you know, hey, did you go do this? But, I mean, I would say that if in order to also, I think, just have a clear understanding of, like, if a parent emails the entire board, to avoid 7 of you responding back and knowing that it would be handled by the chair, I think would be appropriate. Like, I would feel, if I was a board member, I would feel good, like, should I respond? Should I not respond? Should I leave it to the chair? I think having that knowledge would be appropriate. Now, if a parent just responds to, or just emails you as, hey, you're my board rep and I got this issue, I think that's not necessarily covered in 4. That would be more, you know, mainly covered in 5 and helping that person get to the right people that they need to get to in the district.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Under the number 5, follow the chain of command. Policy 1005 talks about chain of authority and organizational structure. It provides clarification within the district, but it doesn't give the board chair any sort of authority over board members. So this item seems to conflict with policy 2010.
I don't, the only thing we can really do is, publicly say, I mean, honestly, as a board, the only thing we can do to other board members from I hate to use the word disciplinary point of view, but effectively that's it, I think, is what you're saying, is publicly say we disagree, censure, and tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Shatley, and that's about it. We can say, all right, we're not going to discuss something, and, the chair can make that determination based on, whether it's good for the educational process going forward. But outside of that, there's not a lot we can do. We kind of set our own rules. Now, if you guys want to give me authority, I don't think we want to even take it outside of that, because that would be extra legal. And, to some extent, I think in your email, you made the comment that, our voters are the ones that really tell us what they really think of our jobs and what we're doing. I don't want to get away from that, because, ultimately we're responsible to our constituents we have here in our districts, and the people, when I stop at Joe Lingle's, they'll give me an earful. I got about something the other day about Weathers Creek at Joe Lingle's. And so, and it was a legitimate question, concern. So I would say that's what my comment would be there.
And I think the last conflict that I identified was in number 14, practice efficient decision-making. You write the chair will call the question when the debate is repetitive. Well, according to Robert's rules, it is not typical for the chair to call the question. It is for another member to call the question. Now, there are some language talking about some exceptions, but I think when you read Robert's rules, typically calling the question is done by a member of the body, not by the chair. So I guess maybe the attorney could provide.
I think in small boards, it's totally, well, even in a large assembly, it's not unusual, though, for the chair to say, but primarily in small boards, to say, we have debated this enough, I'm going to move this along, and we are going to have a vote. I mean, certainly, if the board would prefer, the board is allowed to set time limits on debate, if that's what it would prefer. There are some school boards in North Carolina that do that. That seems an inefficient, sometimes, way to do it, unless you have a lot of other issues. So, but I don't think it's unusual for the chair to call for a vote when debate is over naturally, or appears to be over, or when it kind of has reached to a point where it's just filibustering at that point. Which, although I would say I don't necessarily think you all have done that, to be honest.
I understand where you're coming from, but I think in the last 2.5 years, I don't ever recall a vote in a debate taking so long that the question had to be called. I don't think we've ever seen a debate occur where a member is talking more than is allotted 10 minutes. So
I can remember maybe once or twice it went over 10 minutes. That's for me, it's redundancy and repetitiveness. I was going to make the comment I had read, looking, of course, talking to the search engines out there of the internet, that in small groups it is permissible for and not just permissible, it's fairly standard that the chair calls debate.
Point of information, the time limit, that would be per member, it wouldn't be per.
No, sir, it'd be per member.
Yes.
That's not.
So that would be 70 minutes. So we're not behind that.
No.
Well, that time limit's in Robert's rules, right, Mr. Kubing? That's not anything in which the board has ever set on a particular topic. Like you go to a large assembly. I don't know if any of you all have ever participated in a large assembly, like whether it's for church or a social organization. Generally you get into a large assembly where there could be scores or hundreds of people. It's like, all right, debate for any given item on the floor will only be 15, 20 minutes tops, And again, I've seen I've seen school systems do that in North Carolina. None of my districts do that necessarily. They've not had to reach that point. Thank goodness, knock on wood. I would hope y'all wouldn't have to either. I would hope that you wouldn't get to a point where you take up your 10 minutes either. And again, I don't think we've ever seen that, so.
Going back to Robert's rules, from what my understanding is, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I go back to the old Pirates of the Caribbean movies. They're guidelines. And if you look at the old Pirates of the Caribbean movie, when they would call parlay, and it would talk about guidelines in it, which I thought was just very interesting. I think Mr. Angel's, the way he's smiling, kind of remembers those scenes. And so I tend to look at them. My reading that I've read about them is that they're guidelines. And, follow the general path. It may be a little fuzzy a little bit, but follow that general path as guidelines. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I think, like Mr. Sloan was saying, I don't believe we've ever had a debate where we've gone 70 minutes long or longer, and we've had to call the question. So I think we're solving a problem that doesn't exist. And I think the policy in our manual doesn't refer to Robert's Rules as guidelines. It says we follow Robert's Rules unless we have a policy that addresses that.
I would have to defer, but
Well,
yeah.
it's up to you all. You're welcome, just take out that second sentence if that's what you all would like to do. If there's a motion to approve this and you all want to remove the sentence that says the chair will call the question when debate is repetitive, if you want to remove that, absolutely. I would still think the first sentence, board meetings are for decision-making, action, and votes, not endless discussion. That's relatively general, but I think most of you all could probably agree that that's an appropriate rule or appropriate premise. And but I'm fine if you all want to.
Yeah, my own thinking, of course, on the other side of the coin is if you start having, to me, that's where if individual board members start calling the question, that opens up the possibility for, I hate to say, animosities to be developing in general. If the chair's job is to call the question, if it gets repetitive, say, Mr. Angel's talking and he's just on and on and on. And let's say Ms. Curran goes, he's annoying the crap out of me. He's talking so much. And so Ms. Curran could go, I want to call the question. And it could develop animosity between the two. This is a hypothetical. I'm not saying it would, of course. But to me, the chair being supposedly the kind of the arbiter of the meeting, it looks less, it would appear without bias. Because I'm going to sit here and I'm just listening. Okay, now it starts getting repetitive or something, then I can call it, but I don't want to call it till then, unless it's getting really, really laborious and long. And that's the reason I personally like that in there. I have been in the meetings where someone doesn't like someone else, and they'll start talking, and they'll just call the question. And then it can cause issues. And I am trying my best to have us as a unified board moving in a unified direction forward. And that's really the goal for this, really. Okay. Mr. Kubin, I'll come back to you if you have anything else.
So I was responding to
Okay.
the questions. I have my own remarks to
Okay,
make
so
later.
you have your own remarks. Let me go to someone else, and I'll get back to you. Is anyone else? Go ahead. Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing, the clarification, this is in Mr. Kubinek's email response. He stated that I stated that I'm comfortable in reaching out to staff for information and to ask questions on topics being discussed. Basically, I did say, I probably said that, but I meant the administrators that present to our board every month. It could be whatever they're presenting. I feel comfortable reaching out to them for clarification. Things have changed since I was on the board from 2014 to 2017. So the staff being the administrators that present to us. Number two, my opinion is to keep this as board operating agreement, not policy, since it has an end date of November 2026. So in regards to the proposed board operating agreement, it's sad that 7 officials, 6 elected and 1 appointed, need this document to maintain civility and decorum at our school board meetings. Policy 2120, the Code of Ethics for school board members, should have sufficed. It's time for a reset. Our community, our constituents, and most of all, our teachers and students deserve that we have our mission forefront when fulfilling our commitments as a school board. What's our mission? Some, this is not all, but some of our duties include: we're to provide every student with the opportunity to receive a sound, basic education. Number two, we are to empower, not usurp, school leadership and provide direction and collaboration in the formation of goals and objectives. 3, we are to be an advocate for the school district, staff, and especially for students in all interactions with other governmental entities and the public. I'm going to repeat that one. We are to be an advocate for the school district, staff, and especially for our students in all interactions with other governmental entities and public. Last week was difficult for a lot of us. The anniversary of the 9/11 attack on our nation and the martyr of a Christian. He, the Christian that was martyred, once said that our marching orders are to reject self-pity at every corner. Don't be cynical, stop it. Try to have a meaningful impact on our community. Get on the school board, city council, etc. It takes a lot of work, but it's worth it. And I will be supporting the board operating agreement as that, not a policy, tonight. If the board passes it, I look forward to having the board member comments added to the monthly Board of Education meeting agenda. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak? I know, Mr. Kubik, you want to, so you're first up, so go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Last month during the first reading, just as a reminder and refresher, Ms. Kern spoke eloquently about freedom of speech, and when government suppresses speech, it treats its citizens like children. And in your role as board chair, you represent the government, and I believe this agreement places conditions of whether time permits on the discretion of the chair and whether board member comments will be allowed. Should a board member come to a meeting prepared to make these comments, not knowing whether or not he or she will be allowed to speak? Mr. Sloan stated, quote, "This is an unenforceable policy. We all," quote unquote, "we all personally signed to abide by the Code of Ethics, which states that the board is self-governing. However, I could provide at least 6 occurrences where this board chair and members have deliberately not followed policies, yet no disciplinary action was ever taken. So it seems that whether we follow policies or not, subsequent disciplinary action is taken lies in the sole discretion of the chair. And I don't believe that should be the role of a chair." The vice chair stated, quote, "When I read it, I immediately thought of policy 2120, the Code of Ethics. We need to abide by the Code of Ethics." Unquote. My personal view is that our Code of Ethics are requirements. These are must-dos, not optional or at the discretion of the chair or anyone else. Mr. Angel stated, quote, "There's nothing outlined in this agreement that's not in policy or training." And Mr. Chairman, during your remarks, you made reference to 4 times to various things that are already in policy, making a paraphrasing you that you said already in policy. Is it really necessary to make another policy that contains requirements already contained in other policies? This seems redundant and unnecessary to have yet another policy if these rules and expectations are already in place. And our board attorney this evening kind of echoed some of those in his remarks that, and just forgive me for paraphrasing you, but I believe you kind of mentioned that many of these items are already existing in policy and was redundant. However, Mr. Chairman, despite your good intentions, it seems this document was created through the lens of a teacher. And you've said the word classroom once already tonight, and last month you said at least 5 times using the words kids in classroom while justifying these rules and expectations to manage your classroom. And I hope you don't view this board as your classroom and us as your students. It seems that, but maybe it seems so since you stated this so many times. And we are all adults and should be treated as such, not as students that need to be managed. And then finally, I think we all can appreciate the thought you put into this and to consider it only as a helpful guideline and a reminder to conduct ourselves based on policy and a code of ethics already provided to us. As mentioned, several of my colleagues all referenced existing policy when commenting on the agreement last month. Therefore, it is my view this document is redundant and unnecessary to have yet another policy of rules and expectations which are already in place. And I will vote no.
Anyone else wish to speak? I'll respond about a little bit of yours later on. I want everyone to speak before I do that, if that's okay. Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I'd like to say, I firmly believe that our board has already had a reset. I feel that things are positive on this board. I feel that I can communicate my needs. I will say that there are times I felt like maybe previous chairs have just been more communicative, letting us know of certain events and calling. But I mean, you're new at it, and I forgive you on that one. It takes time to learn the job, and so I can give that grace. As far as this agreement, I mean, I agree with everything that's in here. Do I feel it's redundant? I do. If it's already in board policy, if you're looking for somebody who just wants to reaffirm what we should be doing, I have no problem with that. However, I just want to say that I feel like one of the things that you enjoy is having things be efficient and have things done in a timely manner. And I felt like we have spent just a crazy amount of time on this, and that this is not very efficient. However, if we need to get through it to have everybody on the same page, then I'm for it. But I feel like our board has healed. So I just want to say that, and thank you for the time.
Okay. Rather than get too far down the road so I forget my thoughts, let me say that. Mr. Kubik, I did want to thank you for the words on the motivation. It is a way to try to make us better. And that is the reasoning. It is an attempt to formalize in one spot, one place. I have one specific handout so we know kind of all of us how to act. Is it redundant? At times, on certain things, you could argue yes. If it's not policy and just an agreement we do, we don't have one of those, you could say, well, it's redundant. But it's a way for us to kind of all agree that, we're going to listen to our better angels. I think that's a term you may have heard somewhere. I've heard it before. Listen to the one on the right, not the one on the left sometime, if you know where I'm going. And by the way, if something's on the agenda, and this, I'll go back to the engineer and myself, I'm going to do it unless something really comes up and it's really, really bad. If it's on the agenda, hey, we're going to do everything we can to make it happen. And if it's 11:30 at night, we're all getting a little antsy, and Dr. James is nodding off on us, I'm joking there, of course. I may postpone board member comments or something like that. I would wish and I would hope that we would have managed the agenda, myself and Dr. James and his personnel would have managed the agenda better to prevent us from being here at 11:30, because work-life balance, there's something about that. And many of us that go into education, we go into education because of that. That's the reason I got back into education and got out of being a senior engineer. And yes, Ms. Kern, I do like efficiency. The physicist in me, though, it's like I have two little devils sitting on both of the shoulders. I got a physicist that wants to deliberate and think and think and think and think. And the engineer says, you know, there's an old saying in engineering, do not let perfection be the enemy of the good. So if it's good, okay, let's do it enough. And that's, you know, as I get a little older, I kind of am leaning more to the engineer side as opposed to the physicist side. I guess that's why I teach an engineering physics program. We do a little bit of both. Yeah, I do like efficiency, but it can't come at the expense of quality deliberative thought. And I guess I used the word quality there, going back to the calling for when things get redundant. And I will say this, your former position, I think Mr. Kelly, that you kind of took his spot, Ms. Haynes, he would look at me when I would get ready to speak. I don't know if you remember, he would look at me and go, oh no, Doug's talking again. We're going to be here all night. And that was kind of one of his running jokes to me. So, and honestly, yeah, at times I talk too much. And so I'm really trying to parse my words a lot more and not just drone on and on. And Mr. Kelly, if you're listening, yeah, I admitted you were right sometimes. So I hate to do that, but I did. You know, as agreement, like Ms. Haynes said, I have no issue with that agreement either way. Us coming together and agreeing on something, I think would be a good thing, Ms. Kern. And that show the positive show to the community that we've got our head on straight, we're going in the right direction. Okay. Hopefully I responded correctly to you and to you. Anyone else want to speak? Because this would have to be a motion, so I'll ask for a motion here in a minute. If I don't have one, we'll go from there. So, anyone else wish to speak? Okay, so do we have a motion for this?
I make a motion that we approve this board operating agreement ending in November 2026. It's not a policy, but an agreement.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agreement, and the agreement would end November 2026. I assume you would be okay, and I guess implied within the motion is we would revisit it in 2026 if as needed. Would that be appropriate? Would that be appropriate assumption?
The new board would, well, yeah.
November, there'll be a new board, so they can consider it. Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We do have a second. Ms. Kern seconded. Any discussion, yea or nay, concerning the motion? Hearing none?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
you asked Ms. Haynes a question, and I didn't really get the gist of your question.
Okay,
Something about ending.
Yeah, it ends November 2026. That's the document we have right here. So if this is an agreement, when the new board would come on, the new board would decide, do they want to pick up the agreement? Do they want to let it just fade into the background, into the ether, or revisit and create their own agreement? And so that is, you know, I'm perfectly fine with that. I mean, I want, you know, that's because really the new board would have to decide if they want to do that or not.
I would say in my motion, ending in November 2026. The new board in December can do whatever.
Do what they wish. Okay. So, Mr. Shatley, do you have anything to say?
No, sorry. I was just referring to the superintendent. Superintendent had a question.
Okay.
If it had been seconded, and I just told him it had been seconded.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. I will say, I did, since you recognize me, Mr. Chair, I did say there's some redundancy here in policy, but let me kind of just maybe give you a helpful analogy, board members. You've got all these policies, but it doesn't mean that you don't have, at the school level, a student code of conduct, which synthesizes some of those policies for your kids and parents. And it doesn't mean we don't have like a personnel handbook that synthesizes some of those policies for our employees. And this really is a way, I think, to synthesize some of that down into one document. And certainly, I think you all should take ownership of this, and if you want something changed, then change it. But I think that's kind of the point. Now, some of the things in here are not in policy. Number 2 really isn't in policy. It's the no surprises. Own the collective decision-making process is kind of inferred through policy, but I'm not sure it's specifically there. I mean, number 7 says we'll follow policies. Conduct a self-evaluation, self-assessment on an annual basis. I don't think that's in policy. Clearly state goals, that may be in policy. You know, so there are some things, meeting protocol, although you do have you have policies on the board meetings, but I think this kind of tries to synthesize how you act when you have disagreements, which is number 12. Number 13, avoid drawn-out board meetings. I don't believe is in policy either. And then certainly board member participation, board member comments, not in policy either. So, I mean, there is, some of this is very redundant, although I think it's just synthesizing it much like a manual would. And some of it is art. I will say again, to you, my advice to you is, I think you really need buy-in. It's an agreement, right? It's something that you agree to. You've already got your policies in place. It's something that you all need to buy. If this is going to be 5-2 or 4-3, I just don't know really how effective it would be, to be honest. I mean, because I think the word that's important here is agreement. And I would rather you all spend some time trying to get to something that might make that everybody could live with moving forward than just adopting something on a split vote and then trying to use that. And I don't think anybody would use that against anybody. There's not really disciplinary measures in here, to answer Mr. Slam's question. But this is really a way, I think, to kind of synthesize some of the rules that you already have, much like you do, again, for students, parents, and staff. But it is also a way that we come together and say, this is how we're just going to conduct ourselves inside the meeting and outside the meeting. Because a lot of this talks about conduct outside the meeting, too. So, I mean, that would be my recommendation to you all. And certainly, I want you all to be successful. And I certainly hear Ms. Kern's comments, too, and I agree with some of that. But, if this isn't going to help you, then it's not going to help you. If you're not going to allow it to help you, then it's not going to be helpful.
Let me just quickly go back, and thank you, Mr. Shatley, because you reminded me of something. Am I treating this like a classroom? No, I'm not. What I am saying is, I learned to be a good teacher by being a good football coach. And my first year teaching, I was fair. Second year teaching, I took a job. I had to teach physics and coach football. I say coach physics, and I let it slip because coaching football, I really learned how to teach. And I said something to the offensive coordinator, and the gist of it is, long story short, if I would teach like I coach, I'd probably be a whole lot better teacher. And that's when I started thinking, wow. So I went into my classroom. I ran it more like I would. I learned how to be a good coach. I had some good coaches that helped me. And my classrooms got better. My teaching got better. And over time, I learned a lot of athletics is life. And I had a discussion like that today with one of my students about how life is a whole lot like athletics and what you can learn from it. And so to me, I learned from my time teaching and my time coaching is everyone kind of needs to be on the same playing field about what are the rules of the game and what are the expectations of the game. And that was the genesis and the reason from it. So that's where I was going. If you want to make a response, you may. Go ahead, Mr. Angel.
Yeah, I just have a couple comments. As I've heard everybody speak, it's helped me kind of synthesize some of my thoughts. I do think that Mr. Shatley is correct that there's a deeper wisdom around this idea of agreement, being the greater good. If we have agreement and you have buy-in, and that's where you see the hope that we will all kind of come to a place of understanding. At the same time, I'm not someone who experiences irreconcilable differences to mean that we are adversaries. And I do believe there are some ways we each approach work that are just different. And those differences are not going to change regardless of agreement or policy or what. With that being said, for me, supporting this agreement is my effort to live an undivided life, meaning I want my personal values to show up in how I get work done. And for the most part, as I read this agreement, my values are communicated. I can connect to these things and go, this is how I would approach getting work done. And at minimum, it is disclosure and transparency to the public, to stakeholders, to my colleagues on the board. This is what you can expect from me. I expect my colleagues to feel like they have the right to correct if I'm being rude or uncivil or whatever. I need that, right? When Ms. Haynes was speaking, I felt a deep conviction to not disappoint her, right? Because of the way she was communicating our responsibility. And so if we do have that divided vote, while that is absolutely, Mr. Shatley, I could not, you were so right about that. There is a deeper wisdom of we should have agreement. But if we can't, then at least you know how I want to approach the work, and then I want you to hold me accountable to that. And that's what I would say to my colleagues, regardless of how this vote goes down. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me make sure everyone has, you've talked about it once already, I mean, correct?
It's a long.
I know, it has, this is drawn out. I will call for a vote. No, I'm joking. Quickly, see, Mr. Hoke, do you want to say anything? Mr. Hoke doesn't want to say anything, so just quick, second round of it. What's that? So, Mr. Sloan.
This would be my first comment on discussion on the vote.
Oh, is it really? Oh, on the motion. So,
Yes.
my apologies. I was wrong.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend by adding that it should pass by unanimous decision or not pass at all.
So, to amend the motion, we would have to, basically, we'll have to have discussion on it, and then we'll vote on that. We have to have a second. So we have to have a second, and then if we get the second, we'll do that. Oh, no.
Hold on a second. So I just want to make sure I'm clear, Mr. Sloan, that your motion is to amend the main motion to add a requirement that it is a unanimous decision in order to pass.
Correct.
Okay, that would need a second. I think
Yeah.
that's a valid amendment, so that would need a second. Does everybody understand that? What it's doing is taking Ms. Haynes' motion and basically adding to the end the wording that, but this will only go into effect if
Because
the vote
it's-
to approve is unanimous.
Because it's an agreement.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Kubnik. So any discussion on the amendment to the motion? Now, this doesn't have to be unanimous. This is just a majority.
Correct.
Okay.
Which has its own irony in itself, I guess, but
I'm learning about irony and politics. They go hand in hand. So, hearing no discussion, anyone discussion? So we'll call for a vote on this. Go ahead.
I do have
I'm
one
sorry, I
comment.
didn't see
It's okay. I just have one comment because I do kind of understand, the point of it because, you want to have an agreement that everyone agrees to it. And you don't want to feel like it's something that's binding to every person, but not to the one that said no, or that one may feel like, well, I'm not bound by it. I do see the point of that. I don't know. I would love to hear, at least another thought or two on the thought of unanimous.
Do you want to hear my thought on it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was the one that brought this up. I know, Ms. Haynes, you have the motion on the floor, so you have the deciding on that, whether to pull it or not. So I don't want to spend more time on our meetings because the efficiency thing. But if we need another month to hammer it out internally, something that, going back to the old Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill idea of, if I get 60% of what I want, it's a good day. And you probably know the reference I'm speaking to in politics. I'm okay with withdrawing this and then bringing it up at the next meeting next month, hammer it out internally, see if we can get something we all agree on. Now, if it goes back and forth, from that we can't really get something, I'll decide whether to bring it up or not. My personal opinion is we need to have this for the public to see. That's just my personal opinion. They need to, and it would fully demonstrate that we can be united. But I have no issue taking it off of the floor, and if Ms. Haynes would withdraw the motion, I don't have any issue with trying to get unanimous voting in the next month.
Well, I would like, out of curiosity, I would like to hear when we vote, maybe what point it is that you don't agree with. So maybe we can be more constructive with this and get down a board agreement that we all can say yes to, instead of it just being a blind resistance.
Yeah.
Because that's not working together, right? Our goal is to work together to find something that we can agree to, and we have to know what's wrong with it. So if each person, whoever does not want to agree to this agreement, I would ask that you say, this point I disagree with, and this is why, and even possibly an alternative suggestion, so that we can make this a working document that we can all agree to.
Now, we could do that publicly here for it. We can do that within emails. Emails, of course, are discoverable. I would want to do it in a way that's discoverable by the public, so they could see what our discussion would be on it. We wouldn't be having a meeting outside of a meeting. It would just be, hey, what are your thinkings on this? Some of us are better with, off the floor, off the cuff, bam, and others need to be more deliberative. And either way is okay. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
there is a motion to amend that's been seconded.
I know.
I would, if there's going to be a motion to postpone, I would handle the motion to amend first and just get it out of the way, whether it's going to pass or not pass. And then if you want to do a motion to postpone, i.e. basically table, what most people refer to as table, although it's not, we can do that, or you can take a vote on it. Whatever is clearly the will of the board is fine with me, but I wouldn't leave this amendment hanging out there. It's going to be confusing
my
to
apologies
come back to
for
it.
making that appearance. I didn't want to.
No.
I wanted to express what would happen after it. So if I hear nothing else about the amendment to the motion, we'll call a vote for that. Okay, so let's call a vote for the amendment to the motion. We have an amendment to add to the motion by Ms. Haynes to require the agreement to be unanimous on the voting for the agreement to be effective.
Yep.
All in favor of that amendment by Mr. Sloan, say aye.
Aye.
We have two. All opposed to that amendment?
Nay.
Nay. So that's 5-2 on that. So now let's go back to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure we have the notes right. I believe that was Mr. Sloan that offered the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I
correct.
thought I heard Ms. Haynes, but
Okay.
okay. Thank you.
So now let's go back to, that amendment's off. We still have the amendment, Ms. Haynes said her motion was for the agreement, as it was posed. I guess my question would be more to Ms. Haynes, since you have the floor on the amendment, on the motion, would you be okay if it was pulled for a month to see if we can get unanimous for that? And I don't know how else to do this.
It would be a motion. Sorry, it would be a motion to postpone. The motion's already been seconded, it's been debated, it now belongs to the body. And so I would, if the board wants to push us off another month and continue to work on language, I would recommend a motion to postpone until October.
Okay.
Is discussion still open on the original?
Yeah, I think I asked Ms. Haynes, and when she responds, if we want to do this more discussion, I'll get that right afterwards, if that's okay. Okay, Ms. Haynes?
It might help her decision, this reason.
Okay. Well, I'd already asked, and that's why.
So, Mr. Shatley, you said this motion has been on the table and discussion is over,
No,
right?
not discussion is over. It's been discussed. So the mover of the motion
Okay.
cannot withdraw the motion, if that makes sense. So the body would need to delay the vote until October, if that makes sense. It's, the motion now belongs to the body and not to the person who made the motion. Sorry. No, I kind of went through that pretty quickly. I apologize. So it would take a motion to postpone it until October.
Okay, Mr. Sloan?
It's been my opinion since I've come on the board, it's always an agreement between all of us, it's okay to disagree. And apparently you've got two that disagrees with this, you've got 5 that's voting for it, so I don't understand why don't you vote and pass it. Let's quit delaying. I'm gonna vote against it.
Okay. So, I guess, first of all, it has been, I basically proposed or offered that motion to postpone. If I do not hear a motion to postpone, we will continue with the vote.
Mr.
And I
Chair.
think that is correct. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, a point of information, can we just take a quick poll straw and see if there's interest amongst the two members that have expressed interest in voting against it and carrying it on?
I will,
Another month?
I think,
Mr. Kubinick and Mr. Sloan say, hey, I don't want to take time to do that for whatever reason, right?
Let
That's
me-
not a statement of judgment.
I'll
then
go
let's
and
not waste the time doing that.
I'll go ask, Mr. Sloan, would you want to postpone a month to see if we can hammer out an agreement? I will be fine with whatever the board decides. Okay, Mr. Kubinick.
Well, my issue right now, Mr. Chair, is that the email that I detailed, concerns and questions, your response was sent during my travel, and I haven't read
Sure.
any of it. So that's why I would be in favor of making a motion to postpone. So I'll move to postpone.
Okay,
I'll second that.
so we have a motion to postpone and a second. So, Mr. Shatley, this means we could postpone it? And we'll need to vote on that, and if it's voted to postpone, we'll just bring it up at the next meeting.
Point of information, will it
Yes, sir.
already be a motion and seconded at the next meeting?
Yes, it would.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It would come back up on the agenda for further debate and then approval.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone and a second. Any discussion on that? This horse is getting beat around.
I would just like to say that I'm for postponing just for the fact that I would love to see a unanimous agreement.
Understand? Anyone else?
I would echo that and just say the rumbling and the effort that goes into that process, regardless of the result, is a reflection of the values that I believe in. So that's why.
Ms. Haynes? Ms.
Well,
Haynes?
I'm sad we're kicking it down the road again. I've only been on this board 4 months, and about half of that time we've been talking about this. So I'm sorry we're not voting and getting this on. We all supposedly signed the Code of Ethics. We have it, that's what we are mandated to do, is sign the Code of Ethics. And so it should be a no-brainer, but I will see you next month, I guess.
Well, it won't go past next month, because,
Well, yeah, I'm not holding my breath.
all right, so any other comments? We have a motion on the floor to postpone this board operating agreement. Hearing nothing else, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of postponing the board operating agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed to postponing the agreement, say aye. Wait a minute, all opposed to postponing it, say nay. Nay. Mr. Sloan? I was yes. You were yes, so it's 6-1. 6-1, my apologies. Okay. Whew. So, proposed policy revisions. Policy 4318, Mr. Dean Shatley of Shatley and Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, let me pull this up real quick. You have in front of you proposed revisions for the use of cellular and other personal wireless communication devices. As all of you know, the General Assembly adopted a new law this summer requiring school boards to have a policy that requires communication devices such as phones, watches, et cetera, to be off during instructional time, during the instructional day. This kind of really mirrored your policy that you already had in place, but there were a few differences. And so those differences are highlighted out in the changes. Some include some changes to what is considered a wireless communication device, just updating that, as well as you will see, though, there are some old verbiage in there still, because it's in the law, like such as paging devices. I haven't seen a paging device in at least a decade, but it still could be around. But really, some of the additional changes that were in the law include some of those exceptions under paragraph A, to include where a student can use a phone or something like that. And so some of those include if they need it to take care of their student health, like if they use their phone for blood sugar monitoring, a medical app on their phone or something like that. They can also use it as directed by their IEP or their 504 plan too. But ultimately, outside of that, students are supposed to have their devices off not silenced, off and away during the instructional day. Now, this is the first reading of this policy, and one of the things that we need your feedback on is to understand, right now, that the policy does not define instructional day. And so that would be left to individual schools. And so one school, like an elementary school, could say the instructional day is bell to bell, morning bell to afternoon bell, and that means you can't have your phone out during lunch. Whereas a high school might want to say the instructional day does not count lunch. And this is the hook to their rule, is we will let kids on their phone during lunch if that's what the board says is okay. But ultimately, right now, it would leave the definition of instructional day up to individual schools to make any exceptions, like for lunch or class changes or anything like that. If you want to define instructional day however you want to define it, whether it's bell to bell or with an exception where the principal may allow for lunch, et cetera, we can go back and we can bring that to you back in the second reading, but we just needed some additional information from you all to better understand if you want to leave that in the hands of school and district administration, or if you would prefer to define that yourselves in the policy. But otherwise, this policy meets the provisions of the new legislation, again, by ensuring that the phones are turned off and otherwise not creating a distraction and are away during the instructional day as well, and then has the necessary exceptions that are in the new law too.
And I guess my only comment to make sure it's understood, it may be authorized to use for instructional purposes.
Yes.
I want to make sure that's in there so teachers know you can use them for instructional purposes. I think I discussed that at the last meeting.
Yep. And one thing that's interesting is the new law does not really delineate between school-owned or personal-owned devices. So this policy applies to any laptop or iPad that we purchase or you purchase and give to a student. And so it has to fall under the exceptions too, and that would be the instructional use exception. But hopefully this policy gives teachers and administration a little more teeth and ability to say all phones are off during class, they are away during class as well. So happy to answer any questions and make any changes that you all would like us to make.
Questions, comments by anyone? This is first reading of this policy.
I just have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe in the principle of closest to the problem, closest to the power, right? So my initial gut is to give, control to the principals and administration to make the decision on instructional time. However, I understand it might be the pleasure of the district to have us make that decision, and I'll be happy to make it based on my own convictions about what that should be, if that is the pleasure of the board, or of the leadership of the district.
Mr. Sloan?
If we pass this policy, which I think we have a policy similar, but if we pass this policy, are we required to enforce it? Because I don't know that it will be enforced, and then that will look bad on us as a district.
So, yes, I mean, I think you are. It's your policy. I think we should require our administrators and teachers to enforce it. You are correct. I mean, if you look at the changes, there's not a whole lot of changes. If you're online, the changes are in green. There's not a lot of changes to what your policy was already based on. I really believe the General Assembly looked at the North Carolina School Board Association model policy and just kind of modeled their language after that policy. But that was really already what was on the books for the most part, with a couple tweaks. So it is your policy. I do think it's a top-down approach. It's what you say to the superintendent, it's what the superintendent says to principals, and what principals says, say to teachers. And that's very important. But I think duly noted, in a lot of schools, this policy previously was not, and I don't necessarily just mean schools here, I mean schools all over the state of North Carolina. This policy was not really implemented in the way that probably boards intended it to be.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Kubnik.
Mr. Chairman, our legislature passed this law to prohibit the use of cell phones in the classroom to minimize distraction, improve concentration on educational tasks, and prevent cheating during exams. Eliminating cell phones from the classroom fosters more meaningful face-to-face interaction among teachers and students, and creates an environment that prioritizes academic engagement and supports overall student well-being. Schools and classrooms that have implemented phone bans have seen the results of higher math and reading achievement on standardized tests. More knowledge is gained as measured by end-of-course exams and even other benefits, such as increased play and exercise at recess. A 13-country study cited by UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Science, and Cultural Organization, found that the mere presence of a mobile phone nearby was enough to distract students from learning, and it can take up to 20 minutes for students to refocus. So if we can all agree on the serious impact to learning and student physical and mental health by having these communication devices in the classroom, wouldn't we want to implement the most restrictive classroom cell phone ban possible? I believe we should, and I believe the board has responsibility to do everything possible to improve student achievement. So I would suggest 3 amendments. In defining instructional day, I have a different perspective on our board attorneys and my colleagues' viewpoints, but I believe we could define instructional day as, quote, defined as the elementary, middle, and high schools and early colleges' operating hours or bell times listed on the district website. So on the district website, it clearly identifies the bell times. I do not agree with letting the schools have that choice. I don't want students on their cell phones during lunch or in the hallways. I want students talking to each other. I want students interacting with each other. I want to do everything possible to eliminate screen addiction. That is a very serious problem. Secondly, on the last paragraph on page 1, my suggestion would be is to have the following sentence. Having the phone on and/or visible during the instructional day should be the fundamental standard for determining policy violation, unquote. And then the last amendment could be under legal references. Mr. Shatley, I don't know if we need to reference section 115C-76.100, since that's the actual body of the law. Okay, so those were the 3 suggested amendments to defining instructional day and clearly defining the standard for policy violation. And I sympathize with the challenges teachers and principals will have in enforcing the policy, and we, the board, and the superintendent need to be right standing behind them to make this policy enforceable and easy for them to administer. And if we give loopholes or options for schools to, because Johnny was good in the morning, we can let him use the phone over lunch. I don't like that idea. I want children talking to each other and interacting with each other. That's what schools are for.
Thank you, Mr. Kubinick. Anyone else? Any other comments?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I would just ask Mr. Shatley, I was under the impression the instructional day has already been defined in law as regardless of this policy, but
No, I think in regards to this provision, it has not been defined, and that I think is left to the board to define or delegate to administration.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Kern.
So are saying that maybe the instructional day would be start of the bell ringing first period to the end of the bell of the end of the day. And then maybe we can put out an option A, B, or C where we maybe want to define it one way, and then, or we can make an instructional day be an exception lunch, and then C would be exception lunch and transition of classrooms, and see what we have. I would also love to hear from administrative staff and principals as well before we have our second reading as well.
So Before you go on,
Well,
go ahead.
from the last month, we did sort of not formally poll all of our principals, but we had several conversations around it. And their interpretation of the instructional day was what's already in law as far as how we pay teachers. So that's sort of what we were going off of. We have not mentioned, I mean, the policy as it currently stands, the principals felt like they were already enforcing that because they knew this was coming down the pike. But again, just being in buildings, I can tell you, I'm not seeing them in classrooms, which I never saw a lot anyway, but in the hallways and lunchroom, yes. So, and I did have some parents that weren't in our school system, but called me to complain. I must have that picture or something. But a lot of parents that did email me, and again, it wasn't our district, but I did help the parent out and direct them, but a lot of parents use it as a GPS with the day and age we're in to tell where their child is currently. They do have smart watches, but if we start allowing that, then smart watches also can communicate. So understand where the parent's at, and you can say, well, they can put it in their book bag. Well, the book bag doesn't always go with the child. And as long as it's accessible, I mean, if there's a lockdown or something that kids need to access their phone, and of course it's available to them. So, and we've been following the policy. If they violate it, we've been taking phones and running through the guidelines anyway. So, I mean, I think if I spoke for the principals, they would say as currently written, they like it, and that doesn't mean that I'm agreeing with that or disagreeing. That's just sort of where they're at.
Would you define instructional day again?
Their instructional day is class time, so in high school you'd have 4 blocks. So anytime you're in instruction, you can't have your device out unless told so by the teacher. And again, when I do see them, they're typically in the hallway or at lunch. I can't argue that they're not a distraction. I mean, more often than not, they're probably used to text other people to start a fight or to create gossip, but it's all social media. It's not just the phone, but, and again, if we ended at 3 o'clock, at least if they're after school, if they're playing a sport or something after school, then of course the phone's on. So if a parent needs to reach them, at least the GPS function's working. They know they're on the field. I know a lot of us use 360 and sort of keep up with where our family's at. So that's doable after, as soon as the bell rings at the end of the day, they turn it on. I mean, they're traceable, and that would mean they would be traceable on the buses too. So.
Okay. Ms. Haynes, you want to speak?
So you said high school was class time, four blocks. What about middle and elementary?
Well, elementary, be frank with you, we really don't have an issue in elementary. You might have some parents, believe it or not, that purchase a phone for their 5th grader. Most of the elementary devices are the GPS, smartwatches, are just a way for them to tell where their child's at. More so, I think, with students that maybe have a disability where they're known to be a runner. I can understand that. That could be in their 504 IEP that we permit a smartwatch as GPS. They are some of those concerns that come up about another school system that I did communicate with the parent and put them in touch with the other school system and said, never thought about this, glad you brought it to my attention, but I do know that parents in the world we live in sort of kind of want to know where their kid's at. So that would be the only caveat from a parent's point. And I could understand that more in elementary than middle or high. Middle school, it starts becoming an issue. Then high school, yeah, I would agree with the board that they're rampantly out between classes and lunch.
If I may address that, Mr. Chairman, I would just say, Dr. James, I think what you're talking about is the difference between having the phone on and off.
Yes.
The law is pretty clear. The phone should be off. And now, whether that's good policy or bad policy, I'll let you all make that decision. That's not on me. But the law is pretty clear. The device should be off. Now, assuming a kid does what he or she is supposed to do, sticks it in their book bag and never brings it out during the time of period in which you say it can't be out, will we ever know it's on or off? Probably not. It's not until a kid pulls it out and the teacher sees it, and then, the phone is taken or he's told to put it up or whatever. But technically, it is supposed to be off, and that's not our policy has to read that it is off.
And I think, it's okay if I
Yes,
interject here.
I would not want to get us into the business of inspecting phones.
Yeah, and that's,
Because those pouches, people are already emailing us, wanting to sell us everything under the sun. And that just requires the teachers now to become the local police for phones and checking them if they're on or not. And, I've got some numbers here. We really only have 26 infractions for his phone this year, which is very, very low. We never had a large issue with cell phone policies, and our principals did tighten up after all this started coming into the news midway through last year, because they knew they were going to have to be tough when we started this time. But I'm going to do whatever the board decides. We'll do our best to enforce. That would be the only things that have come to my attention is, for elementary, people do like to know where their elementary baby's at. And of course, again, if there's a definite reason, we can do a 504 for that student if there's a medically necessary reason, so we can keep up with them. But I think it's a learning curve for parents too. But again, if we all vacate the building for, if we're being ushered out of the building after a lockdown or a fire escape, the phone is in your book bag, you're going to take it with you. That's not going to prevent a student, most likely, from turning their phone on and contacting their parent, hey, for whatever reason, we're in a lockdown or whatever. So it's not totally removing any communication from a parent.
I will say, Mr. Shatley, you are correct. It's something I had noticed and I was going to make a comment on. The law says off. And I think one of the reasons is if you put it in a pouch or whatever, you can't connect. But if you've got a smartphone, it's Bluetooth connected to your watch. And those smartwatches, so you can sit there and you can actually text through your watch, through your smartphone, if it is on, even if it's in a pouch. Now, I assume if it's in one of those Faraday bag pouches where you can't get stuff in and out of it, then that's one thing. But, I mean, that would be the only way you couldn't, but, unless it's in one of those, they're going to be able to communicate if it's turned on.
And that watch would be included in an electronic device.
So and again, if it's on, you say, well, it's just a watch. And how do you, do you really get in that policing of, mine's a fitness tracker. But I can Bluetooth it also, and it can do multiple things.
Whatever we leave this meeting, we really need to know, do you want to define it instructional time as in when you're with a teacher and the teacher is, teaching general, or do you want to define it as the school day as proposed by Mr. Kubin?
And I think if it's okay with the board going, some of our discussion, can we discuss it within that context and framework? So about
What is your
instructional day.
question?
Can we, within the next, because we need to have some discussion on this. This is first reading of policy, but within the next, round of discussion on this and the questions and comments, can we have it within the context of what you guys think are instructional day, or questions or comments regarding instructional day and use of phones? I think I know where I'm at on this. I want to hear what you say before I say my thoughts on this. I'm going to get you, and you'll be next.
Sure. I mean, I know we heard from Mike, so I personally I have a 16-year-old right now, and she's on the phone at lunch. And I'm like, why are you on the phone? Go talk to your friend. So I personally would prefer the instructional day being from the morning when the bell rings to the end of the day. I do understand that there's emergencies and exceptions. I mean, there are times my daughter was like, I left my project. But there's always teachers and there's always helpers who can say, you can go to them and you can say, I need to send a message. My ride changed. I left my project. I lost my lunch money. I mean, whatever the issue is, there's always teachers you can go to ask, can I turn on my phone and send a message? We're not restricting that. But otherwise, I think social interaction during the day, during even that 5 minutes of bell ringing, needs to be positive. And I personally believe that phone interaction, socialization is negative. You're posting on social media, and it's usually negative. I hate to say, but it is. Taking pictures of people. I really think that it should be one-on-one, personal interaction, communication as you go through the bell and at lunchtime and off the phones. And then before you head to your practice or whatever you have, you can cut your phone on, you can get on your social media, communicate to your family, what's happening the next of the day for the rest of the day. So that's where I'm at on it, and just.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes. Ms. Haynes.
I would, if it's possible, I know you said you've reached out, Dr. James, to the principals, but I think we need to get something written, like what the principals, high school, middle schools, and even elementary school principals, what they need to send us variations of what is doable and can be adhered to. And if they go against whatever the guidance is, then, they'll be able to be disciplined if they're not. I think I don't know what's going on in the schools right now. The principals, the APs, those people that are doing it frontline should be helping us to create this. Those are my thoughts.
Anyone else? Mr. Cooper? Oh, go, I'll get Mr. Sloan, then I'll get you, and then unless you don't have anything, I'll make my comment. Go ahead.
We're always being told to trust the experts, and the experts say cell phones and social media is bad, so I'm bell to bell.
Thank you. Mr. Kubinick?
So, Mr. Chair, as the law states, as the board attorney stated, the phone cannot be turned on, and it also says it can't be visible. So we don't want kids taking it out to go to the bathroom, or we don't want them taking it out and walking in the hallways. And that's why I put some thought into thinking, if I worked in the school, how would I want instructional day to be defined? So if we don't define it from morning to end bell, and we define it per class or something like that, then can you imagine the students, every class change, every time they're in the hallways, phones are coming out, phones are going away, phones are coming out, going away. Teachers, people in the hallways are going to have to manage this. They're going to manage it in the cafeteria. I think it makes the problem harder to manage in that regards versus, as I defined earlier, from the each school, elementary, middle, and high, have different start times and end times. That makes it easiest, in my opinion, for the schools to manage. And then last point is we are sympathetic to, at least I'm sympathetic to the teachers who have to deal with this, and the principals, and that's the lens that I'm looking at. And then the other lens that I'm looking at is we can help correct or solve or prevent behavioral problems. And I've already talked about screen addiction. I really want our kids to be off the screens as much as possible. And we can do something. We can do some little thing with this policy, at least with the phones.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just can say that,
Hang on. I think you've spoken on it once. Let me make sure Mr. Hope doesn't want to say anything.
Nothing other than what's already been said. I think from bell to bell, cut them off. And
Okay.
you know me, I don't have to have a phone. I was raised without it.
Okay, go ahead. I'm
Sure,
sorry.
I just was going to make the point that I can appreciate the rationales presented by my colleagues, and can, I mentioned earlier, closest to the problem, closest to the power, give folks a chance to speak their voice. But I could also make the decision myself. If I was making the decision myself, I would vote, as much as my daughter won't appreciate it, I would vote bell to bell, and will support that, and then would say to the district, look, if it creates problems, that's what, come here and advocate for it, and tell us otherwise, and give us different rationales, and we'll do something different.
I guess.
So, Chairman,
You want me to
I've
go
already
ahead.
had principals responding. They're saying the current policy suffices, and I would tell you that so far, from our referrals from gathering last year and this year, less than 2% of our discipline issues are cell phone related.
Okay. So I'll give my comments, and we can kind of come up with, maybe we can summarize from there. The physicist in me says, and that's the theoretical guy, in theory, yeah, I would love to have it bell to bell. The engineer on the other side, I don't know which, if it's right or left, but the engineering says, how do we implement it? How do we make it work? How do we actually, I mean, in theory, I can make a rocket go to Mars in a month. How am I going to dang make that happen? That's the hard freaking part. And so, to me, this policy, while great in theory, the implementation can be difficult. There's lots of variations. Technology is changing very fast. I understand the genesis and the reasoning behind it, but part of me, the teacher in me, goes, oh my goodness, what is it? What's the can of worms I like to talk about a lot that it opens up? And so, if it's okay with the board, I would ask. I think what I'm hearing the will of the board is that initially the thought is we're considering bell to bell as instructional day. It's what I'm trying to synthesize, but I think some of us would like to hear, myself included, some granularity from the principals on how you could actually implement and how to actually make it work, and what are the worms that we're opening up when we're opening up this can. Does that make sense?
Yes, we can put out a survey to elementary, middle, and high and have you something in the Friday update.
That would be
As
great.
to their concerns, but Mr. Shatley would need to know as soon as possible what we need to do for the policy, so next month we can move
Okay,
forward.
so, go ahead.
I just took what's been discussed to mean that the consensus is to give direction bell to bell, and then if there's things that go against that, right, with the survey results or
That's why,
policy shows up next week ready to give us the input, then we'll hear it. I don't mean that, I'm being that to be a little jovial because of how much time we're talking about everything. But,
I think you just made a comment there.
yeah, I did. I, for the first time, insulted the whole group. But that point being, we can take the feedback and let it shape our perspective. I'm not someone who's got, not beyond seeing it differently. I also think going back to best practice and the research and all that, again, doing a small test of change, trying it for a semester or whatever. And then again, I want to emphasize, for every principal we hear from, how many did we not hear from? If you want your voice heard, you have to make it heard and speak in unanimity, or all of y'all together or not, and get the full perspective, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Let's not take the first couple voices and value them more than the second, third. It's just like with public comment. We have thousands of people who don't say a darn thing about something, and we listen to the 2 or 3 that have a thought about it. So just some errors in judgment I don't want to see us make.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I was a high school band director. If there's one thing I can do is count to 4. And I've counted to 4.
Yes.
So
I have too.
I'll bring you back a policy. Most music is in 4, 4 meter, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a good save.
Sorry about the
Mr. Chair?
joke.
Mr. Chair, but I think the superintendent can always communicate that whatever policy we implement, I don't think we're going to be so stone-faced that if it didn't work and we knew that in 2 months, we change, right? That should be with any policy we do.
I agree with that. I would like to hear some thoughts from the people that actually that our policy affects more than anyone else, and that's going to be the principals. And I'd like to hear from them, the assistant principal, because the assistant principal, if it's like how it used to be, they're the ones doing the discipline. They're the ones you like discipline referrals to. They're the ones in the trenches, and the principal goes, yeah, okay, or nah, let's not do that or something. It was when I was teaching. So I'd like to hear from them personally at next meeting before we make any sort of hard decision. I agree with Mr. Shatley. I'm glad with his education he can count to 4, but we've been here too long. But he is correct, and so I would say the majority of the board feels like the instructional day is bell to bell, but we need to hear some what's going to happen if we do this, and what their thoughts are, the people this affect most. So I think it summarizes looking at the board, and we'll go from there. I think we're going to be a few minutes. Accountability update will probably take a few minutes. I do not want to do this, but I'm going to take 5 minutes for us to take a little break to go do the things we might need to do in a 5-minute break.
But, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if we only have, what, one speaker?
We only have one speaker, but I think accountability update's probably going to take 15 to 20 minutes minimum with the comments on it. The Brawley School easement's going to probably take 5 to 10 minutes, so we're looking at Weathers Creek High School easement condemnation. We're probably looking at 40 minutes is what I've got in my head for the rest of the time, so I think a 5-minute break will,
I move to amend the agenda to allow public speaker to commence after the recess.
we have a second on that. Now, to change the agenda, once it's adopted, does require a 2/3 vote. So we do have a motion on the floor. We'll do this motion before we take a break. Any comments, questions concerning the amendment? Excuse me, the motion. Go ahead, Mr.
The
Kubik.
motion is to amend the agenda to allow public comment to proceed after our short recess.
Okay. We have a second. Any comments on that?
Comment is it won't take but 3 minutes.
Okay, any other comments? Go ahead. Okay. Okay, the second was Mr. Sloan, yes. So hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of modifying the agenda, amending the agenda to move public speaker comments to right after we come back from the break, say aye.
Aye.
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? Nay? Nay, 2. So that's 5 to 2. So it passes. So Helen McDonald, you're up in 5 minutes. All right. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll be back.
better.
It just, but these people, some of these people got these cell phones, they can't do stupid puzzles.
Hey, look, I could have dumped this out and you could have slid right under there. It just-
Yeah.
We had to do that, my boy, one time in a car.
What does she want to talk about?
All right, we'll get ourselves gavelled in again. So we're back from break. We had a motion to amend the meeting and let Ms. McDonald speak, since we only had one on the agenda for, one that signed up to speak. So Ms. Donald, let me read the stuff, and we'll give you your 3 minutes. The public comment period is a time for members of the public to share their viewpoints with the board. All speakers will state if they are residents of Iredell County and if they are parents or guardians of a student in the school system. The board does not respond to individuals who address the board except to provide or request clarifications. If there are a large number of speakers, the board may require the designation of a spokesperson for each group or person supporting or opposing the same position. Complaints involving individual personnel or student matters are generally confidential and are not appropriate for the public comment session and should be reported to the superintendent. And if that happens, we'll kindly just direct you for that if needed. Disruptions by any person or persons of a public meeting will be subject to action according to General Statute 143-318.17. So in our policy, it's not on here, but we do need to note that, please note that it needs to be something within the framework of what Iredell-Statesville can handle. It can't be a national issue or a state issue outside our purview. It says that within our policy. And that's the only thing I have. So Jada, if you'll pull up 3 minutes, the clock, and you're on.
You hear me? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. All right, so first off, I am Helen McDonald. I am a lifelong resident of Iredell County. I did go through Iredell County Schools back when it was Statesville City Schools. I'm a proud graduate, class of 90 of Statesville High School. I do have a child in the school system. Couple things. I originally signed up to talk about the budget, but I do want to kind of circle back and address the cell phone issue. One of the things that I think the board needs to consider is to give high school students the opportunity to be on their phones during lunch. I know as a former teacher in the school system, a lot of my students used their lunchtime to contact work, to arrange work schedules, to maybe they had a parent call and need their high school child to go pick up a younger sibling. I think it would be irresponsible of the board to not allow high school students who are about to be young adults out in the world the opportunity to do what we all do during our lunch, which is get on our cell phones. So they need to practice being on their phones responsibly during that lunch break. It's only 30 minutes. So give those high school students the opportunity to handle their personal business like we do during their lunch. And that's about all I'm going to say about that. On the subject of the budget, I had a couple questions about the cost of some of the recent appointments. I know it was reported that we have a new director of employee relations. I also know it was said that they reappropriated a vacant position to have that position. I guess my concern is you took a zero-sum position where you weren't paying anybody, and now you're paying somebody. And where's the money coming from? You know, the district was in the hole last year. We've got cuts from the current administration. We all know the current administration is defunding public education. So I'm curious where the money is coming from to fund that position. Also, it's great that we only have 15 empty slots in our district as far as teachers. I know that there's been considerable recruitment internationally. I was here in June asking the board and the district for detailed information on the budget. Yes, I look on the district website. Yes, it's not there how much the district actually spends to send people to go overseas to recruit teachers. This new position, the Director of Employee Relations, I have to wonder, Why do we have to have that if the board and the district are doing what they need to do to recruit and retain teachers here? Why do we need to go elsewhere to find them? What's the major malfunction in this district that we don't have the means to keep teachers here? Then the last thing I'm going to ask in my 6 seconds is about conflict of interest. The Wave Church with their school.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time's up.
With the superintendent, so I know
My
kind of started the clock before I was able to get started, but I do have questions about the board's.
My only comment to you would be if you want to send an email to the superintendent, if you may, you're free to do that. Okay. So, board member comments have been completed. Next, we have Mr. Mark Shankurik. He's got the next two agenda items, Weathers Creek High School easement condemnation.
Oh, we've got another policy too.
I'm sorry.
The transportation, but it's also Mr. Shinkurik.
So, Mr. Shankurik, yeah, policy one took a long time. So, policy 6340, transportation service and vehicle contracts. If you want to, do you mind to discuss that?
Yes, this should be a lot quicker. It's just a policy update, references criminal history check requirement that's referenced in policy 7100, recruitment and selection of personnel, also updates legal and cross references and adds a footnote.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, question for Mr. Shankurik regarding policy 6340's transportation service vehicle contracts? Seeing none, I'll say go on to Weathers Creek High School easement condemnation.
Yes. This has to do with an easement that's required on the property of Weathers Creek High School. Attached, you will see a resolution titled Resolution of the Iredell-Statesville Schools Board of Education authorizing the superintendent to initiate condemnation proceedings for a sewer easement for Weathers Creek High School. We are looking to connect our sewer from on the new high school to a pump station located on the property of a neighboring neighborhood there. And we need an easement completed to make that happen, since the line will travel through this homeowners association property. And although we've attempted to acquire this easement, we've not been able to do it. And so now we would like to move forward with this condemnation to secure the easement. And approval will allow us to continue that project. And as you always remind me, Dr. Knight, do this without delay and be on time. So you have attachments there with the resolution that Mr. Chatley has provided for us, as well as a survey of where the easement is located.
And this is in a wetlands, correct?
That is correct.
Non-buildable area.
Non-buildable area, it's kind of restricted, kind of boxed in. There's no road that goes into that area. It's on the backside of the neighborhood.
And if I can add to what Mr. Shinkurik, we've been working with the homeowners association. One of the reasons we need to go through this kind of more formal process is just simply the requirements of their own personal bylaws, that the association's bylaws are, for them to convey property, it requires a pretty heavy lift. They've got to have like 2/3 or something like that of all homeowners, property owners, and they just feel right now that would be extremely difficult with the infancy of the development for them to obtain. So that's why we are proposing to go through this process as well, and they understand that this would not be a surprise to them.
Questions, concerns, thoughts on this for Mr. Shankurik regarding the Weathers Creek High School easement condemnation?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, have it confirmed that without resolution of the sewer issue, we will be delayed in completing the Weathers Creek project.
That's correct.
Given that, I would like to make the motion that we move forward with this request to pursue condemnation of the property as outlined by Mr. Shinkurik and the board attorney.
So we have a motion and a second. So now discussion will be on the motion. So questions, my brain just went. Mr. Angel, thank you. I'm so sorry. Mr. Angel, do you want to make any comments or regarding your motion?
I just would want to share with the public that I believe the school system has done an excellent job to try to resolve this in a diplomatic way through negotiating even purchase of this particular property with the homeowners association. I'm very pleased with the effort, even with the town of Troutman, to try to attempt to help us to resolve this. And I would want the folks that are part of that community to know that we are here to talk, to move this forward in a way that works for both sides. We want that school to get built and to be on time, and that's probably the last message I want to say is our commitment to have the school opened on time will not be compromised, and we will pursue everything that we need to do to ensure that that happens as members of this board. And I'm not speaking for everyone, but I will speak for myself and say that. Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments concerning the motion, since we have a motion on the
Chairman?
floor? Yes, sir, go ahead.
I just have a question on the actual survey map.
Sure, go
that we
ahead.
have. So just so I understand it, Mr. Shinkarik, in the top center of the page, I guess that one line represents the sewer line, and then the easement represents the path going down to connect to another sewer line. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep, the sewer line is in the middle of that pathway there, and there's about a 30-foot area there where they call, that's the area of disturbance there, of where construction will occur within that line.
Okay, so it's essentially trenching that area, laying pipe, making it connect up, fill it back in. That's,
Yeah, most of the pipe is located under the ground, but there's some aerial portions of it where it comes across a creek.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote on the motion. We have a motion on the floor to accept the Weathers Creek High School easement condemnation per the motion by Kevin Angel. And so approval of this resolution will allow the district to move forward without delay and to keep Weathers Creek High School on schedule for the completion of it. Okay, so that's the motion. So all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have the Brawley School Easement Award approval. And I will say, before I came on the board, I knew nothing about easements. Now I realize easements are not so easy sometimes.
Right, yes.
So you're up on the Brawley School easement approval.
Yes, this particular one, we're on the other side of this. We have a neighbor to Brawley, the Brawley School there, that is seeking to run their sewer to our property there and connect to the sewer line on the property near the softball field at Brawley. You can see there's really two options for them to do this, and it will be determined at a later date of which option will be most feasible for them. They have attempted to partner with us on this for quite some time. If you remember, I had brought this before the board months ago, and that they elected not to pursue it at that time, and now we've brought it back here to consider it at this time. So this easement would connect to that sewer line. They would contribute $7,500 to Iredell-Statesville Schools, as well as reimbursement up to $1,500 in attorney fees. They would be responsible for all the work there, any of the construction that's occurred there, and then return it back to the condition or close to the condition in which they received it at. Also, we'll have to coordinate with the construction there, since the road they will cross potentially would impact car rider line. And so also want to point out that in the time that I've created this memo for you, we've later learned that the county will ultimately have to approve this.
Can I interject? Sure. So I've been communicating with the county attorney, and this property, the Brawley School property, was under their name because they used it to finance school capital construction, a COPS loan, certificate of participation loan, back in the 1990s. It had just never been conveyed back to us, so the county is going to convey it back to us before the easement. So we will not need to get county approval.
Okay. The plot thickens. All right.
Yes, makes it easier. I just learned that this afternoon.
Okay, all right, so there it is. So with your approval, Mr. Ruiz will be very pleased.
Mr. Shatley, you lowered Mark Shinkarik's stress level. Thank you.
So, Chairman?
Mr. Superintendent.
So the only caveat, of course, Ms. Moyer's principal there, and you did hear Mr. Shinkarik say that it would go across our car rider line. She would just ask that that occur when school's not in session, because that is a definite impediment to traffic on Brawley School Road, and anything we do to mess up that car rider line, all of us will start getting calls. So we just need to make sure it's advantageous to our operation of the school.
We can do that.
Okay, you don't see that being a showstopper at all?
Not that I'm aware. I usually put that in a lot of easement agreements that they have to do it on our schedule and not disrupt the operational school day, and most people agree with that. I don't know what timeline they are on. I mean, it might be something where they have to come in and do it like on a teacher workday or something like that, or how long it's going to take.
Holiday
But we
break.
can certainly figure that out.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any other comments? Mr. Kubitting?
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Shinkarika, the deed agreement here on page 2, third paragraph, talks about Exhibit A. So is Exhibit A the black and white drawing that we have here? Because you mentioned there are two options. Oh, I assume Exhibit A is one option, and there's an alternate that you referred to that has the two colored photos. So my question is, I presume that we're voting on this agreement tonight, but this one only calls out Exhibit A. So
Yes.
that's my question.
Yes, Exhibit A would be the black and white one.
Yes.
Yes,
So you said there were two options, they would be decided upon later.
that's correct, yes.
But the
colored
document-
copy was another option that they would have too, and I think they're still completing some engineering and considering it. I talked to Scott Hager, our Director of Construction. It was his understanding that they were still in some of the design.
Right, so is the document correct to just say Exhibit A, if we're going to consider if two options are ultimately going to be considered? Because we don't know which option's going to be picked tonight, right? Is that right, Mr. Shalley?
Correct.
So then, does this document need to be revised?
So I think ultimately, it doesn't unless you tell us you want to be clear on A or B before you approve it. If you want to go ahead and approve it and allow us to work with them to select A or B, depending on what would be the most efficient and cost-effective and less disruption to our operation, Mr. Shinkarik can go out and do that on the board's authorization. If you want us to bring it back to you, whether it's a definite A or a definite B for approval, we're happy to do that.
Yeah, I would say in our other easements that we've approved, it was just approving kind of in general that we would do this, and then we've worked with them on that project.
Mr. Sloan?
Okay, I got a what-if question. If we sell them this easement and they run a sewage line across our school grounds under a car line or lane, in 10 years, as this septic line breaks, who's responsible for damages? Because we're not in charge of the product that they're putting in. They might put an inferior product in.
They would turn it over to the town.
So town be responsible for our damages?
Yeah, well, they'd be responsible for repairing the line. If it damages us in another way, they would not necessarily be responsible for that, but they would be responsible for repairing the line and then putting the property back to the same condition, prior to the break.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, good. Answer your question. Anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Kern.
Yeah, I hear this is for a Mi Pueblo restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Over on the Bali School Road. Well, you had me at tacos, so we're.
Well, this is Monday, not Tuesday, but we'll do the best we can with that. Any other comments? And I'll say just a quick piece of myself. Okay. I don't need to know which one works. I trust you guys to get the one that works best, for them and us, you taking care of us and doing what's best for Iredell-Statesville schools, and I trust you'll do that. I think it's just being a good public citizen, a good public, and just working with those in the public. Mi Pueblo's been very professional in the negotiations, and so I've got no issue and reason to say no on this. So I'll be voting for it. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I just make the motion that we approve the Brawley School easement as outlined by Mr. Shinkirik, with latitude to put it together with option A, B, or whatever is in the best interest of the district.
Okay, so we have a second whispered to me by Mr. Hoke. So we have a second by Mr. Hoke. Questions, comments on the motion? Go ahead.
Does this mean that he does not have to come back with it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's what this means. So they would just decide which one is best for us. Okay? Anything else? All those in favor of the motion to approve the Brawley School easement approval as presented to us by Mr. Shinkirik and letting them choose, Mr. Shinkirik's office choosing A or B, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Shinkirik, you are off the hook for this month. Okay, last thing on our agenda is for superintendent comments is the accountability update. Ms. Kelly Cooper, and sadly, this will be the last meeting that Mr. Jonathan Ribbick will be here.
I'll come and just watch.
You'll
Let's come and participate.
saying you'll come and just.
I'm still here.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Okay. All right.
And so, if you're not watching Monday Night Football, you need to be turning this on.
There you go.
So, the floor is yours, Ms. Kelly Cooper and Mr. Ribbick.
Thank you, Chairman Knight, board members, Dr. James. So we're going to be giving a overview. You have to pull up the. Okay. Overview of the end of year data for accountability. But this is just, once again, this is just a quick overview. Dr. James is going to schedule a work session, I believe, to dig deeper into the data, an end of year review that you'll get into more of the data. So this is just an overview of what we have at this point.
Okay.
Should have memorized it.
Is that a good sign, fireworks? No.
Is that-
Fiber optic.
I do not want to have to cleave all those fibers and join them together. I've done that before. That is no fun. No bueno. Cleaving fiber optics. Yep.
I don't know, that looked like a bloom from a mimosa tree to me.
Okay. So Mr. Ribbick has proven his worth to us as he walks out on having a presentation that won't come up on the computer.
Memorized it.
I understand now why you are moving from. No, I'm joking. Gosh, Jada. Ms. Cooper, we will not let Mr. Ribbick's stain fall on you. We understand this is all his fault. If I didn't like you so much, I wouldn't pick on you.
I get that.
Please,
Scares me when you don't.
please do know that I'm.
It would scare me if you didn't.
We need to go to his new meeting. That'd be fun to heckle with.
I object.
All right, so next we have, no, I'm joking.
Hey, do you want?
Well, the good part is we do have good news to share with
You do. So if you want to start, this is called filler time, so if you want to use your filler,
Share
go right ahead.
about it.
We have additional schools who have achieved the A status. This year we have 5. Last year we had 3. So that is an increase. We've got more schools that exceeded growth than we
Met
had
growth.
last
There
year.
we
And
go.
here we go.
There we go. All right, go to the
Here we
next slide.
And I already saw, I made an error. It's actually 4 that achieved the A status instead of 2.
All right. So first is just the overall grades. And a reminder, grades are based on 80% proficiency, 20% growth. So we do have 4 A schools that improved from 2 from the previous year, and they're listed there. It's ASEC, CCTL, Crossroads, and the Brawley School. We had 9 B schools, 13 C, that's up from 1 from the previous year, and 6 D schools, which is better because last year we had 9, and 4 F schools remained the same number from last year.
So we had 8 schools who increased their letter grade. We had ASEC, who went from a B to an A, Harmony, C to a B, Lakeshore Middle from a D to a C, South from a C to a B, the Brawley School moved from a B to an A, Third Creek Elementary from an F to a D, West Iredell High School improved from a D to a C, and Woodland Heights Middle from a C to a B.
So out of our schools with growth, we had 20 schools that exceeded or met. We had 24 schools that increased their growth score. So schools that exceeded, we had 5 that improved from 3 from the previous year. That'd be CCTL, Crossroads, Harmony, Lakeshore Middle, and North Iredell High. 15 schools that didn't meet growth status, that's improved from 13. And you can see them all listed there. We have ASEC, Woodland Heights Middle, Celeste, Cool Spring, East L, Lake Norman High, Lakeshore L, Brawley, Sharon, South High, Statesville High, Troutman L, Union Grove, West Middle, Woodland Heights.
And I do want to interrupt you for just a second. When we look at Statesville High, this is the first time Statesville High School has met growth since I can remember. And we are super excited for Statesville High School. This has been an incremental growth that you've seen over the past 5 years, and this year they finally met it.
It was 1 point from becoming a C in proficiency.
Yep. Wow. And 15 schools did not meet, and that's improved from the previous year. We had 19 that did not meet.
So 7 schools moved from not meeting growth expectations in 2023-24 to meeting the growth expectations in 24-25. Those are listed. You've got Cool Spring Elementary, East Elementary, Lakeshore Middle, South High, Statesville High, the Brawley School, and West Middle.
And this is very exciting that the graduation rate, 91.1% from 86.5. This is the highest rate for Iredell-Statesville schools in over 10 years.
Actually, that's in recorded history, so we went back further and could not ever find we were ever that high in graduation rate.
That's the whole point, is that we want our students to graduate. So that is a big celebration.
So Iredell-Statesville Schools is above the state in the following areas that were listed above. In M class grades 1, 2, and 3, kindergarten was even with the state. 3rd grade reading and math, 5th grade reading and math, 5th grade science, 6th grade math, 8th grade math, biology, English 2, math 1, and our graduation rate.
And our strategic plan, that's one of our main goals, is to be above the state average. So some overall highlights, just things that stood out. Lakeshore Middle moving from not meeting growth to exceeding, and as we said, going from a D to a C. Harmony Elementary, North High, they've exceeded now growth 2 years in a row. CCTL has exceeded growth 4 years in a row. Our 4th grade reading increased from 51.7 to 57% proficient. 6th grade math made notable gains, going from 52 to 57% proficient, and math 3 had one of the highest gains, going from 53.6 to 61.3 in proficiency. So as we said, that's just an overview. Just want to give that to you all, and so the public can see as well. A lot of celebrations in our district, and there will be time, Dr. James is going to schedule a longer session to really dig deep into that data, just for more information about it.
I guess just quick comment, and I'll open it up to the rest of the board members, is that's good. I mean, it's a good direction to be going in, and I want to thank both of y'all for your leadership in getting that and going in that direction. I mean, that's a lot. There's some schools there that people may not think, just by looking at the names and location, they're that good. And growth, especially as we've talked about a lot lately, is really the key on how well education is occurring. Proficiency, there's a lot of external factors. Growth, that's one you can closer control at a school. And meeting growth using the state's convoluted statistical model, that's pretty darn good. seeing someone there, seeing West Middle getting better. My kids went through Celeste, West Middle, and West High. Seeing West High go up to a C is huge. So what's going on at Statesville with Mr. Parker, Chad Parker, and the work he does there, and his teachers, and the way they care about that population, their students there, and what they've done is really amazing. I think the IB school going there has probably helped a lot from what I hear. And there was a little controversy on that a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, when we put it in, and it shows it was a good idea. The Math 3 going up, Math 1 is a little easier to teach. Math 3 is a little bit more difficult. Ms. Cooper, you know your son teaches math. You really need to know have someone that understands math to teach Math 3. And I know I got Dr. Mazzell and Dr. Berry worked real hard. You know, we brought teachers over from Jamaica that I've heard have done very well in the system to teach math, both anecdotally and from the scores. When you have certified teachers teaching a subject that know how to teach, it's amazing how scores go up. It's not that it's that simple, but at times it is that simple. So
I think that's evident from what we see this year is having consistent teachers who were in classrooms as opposed to the years prior when we had substitutes in classrooms. You can see it makes a major difference.
And with COVID, we're in and out of classrooms, remote, asynchronous, all this other stuff. We're finally getting back to where we can actually really teach and focus on the teaching side of teaching. And it makes a difference. And what does all this really mean to students, in my opinion? It breaks cycles of poverty, gives them greater chances for success later on. We can't guarantee it, but gives them a greater probability for success. It lowers the number of people in, Darren's Hotel up in middle of Statesville, and that's big. And, it gives people hope. And that's what education, I come from a somewhat, impoverished area, especially up from my dad's people lived up in the mountains. There's not a lot of hope up there at times that you can do big things. Kids succeed, and they succeed well, they can hope that they can do really big things, and we just give them the ability to be able to do it if they work hard enough. So I'm just very, very happy with these scores. Can we do better? Yes. Can we keep getting better? Yes. Growth is the key, I think. And I think I looked at the numbers, approximately 2/3 of our schools met or exceeded growth. That's pretty good. We got a third we got to work on, and we're working on it.
Plans for all those schools. So
But thank you. So I'll open it up to the board. Questions, comments? I've run my mouth enough. You're wanting to go home. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Yeah.
make a few comments.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I mean, your comments are spot on, and we should celebrate our successes, and that's what we're doing, and I appreciate all your efforts and all those hardworking teachers and principals as well. So let's continue to move forward. My concern is always, as I've said many times, is that we have a large student population that I don't know if left behind or they're not as proficient as we need them to be. So we've got to continue that focus. Those are the hardest ones to bring over the finish line. I do have one question. Do you know when the actual data for the NC report card will be published for the public to go in and look? Do you know when that comes out?
Typically, is it at the end of September or is it in October?
October, November.
Okay, good. That's all I have to say right now, but thank you for your hard work. Thank you for the entire team. It's good to see that we're made some good incremental progress this year. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Ms. Kern.
Oh, I just want to give a big thank you to the teachers and the administration. We really appreciate all the hard work y'all did this year. And I really think it's deserving to have a round of applause of being the highest graduation rate in history.
That is a big deal. That is a big deal. And that takes a large amount of people working to make that happen from multiple perspectives. Thank you. And so all I want to say is, Mr. Ribick, truly you will be missed, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I won't tear up, I promise. So lastly, superintendent comments. Dr. James.
Thank you, Chairman. I do want to commend each and every staff member and the schools for what I would consider one of our more successful openings of schools. So our continuous warning people to find another way to work that went down 21 seems to have sunk in. So, and as I told one parent, you know, and I will say this, and I think I can say it tongue in cheek, things get done through one entity continuously, and that's the public school systems. And we get beat up more than anybody. You know, 6 years ago, we had a conversation with another government entity about the safety of our kids crossing roads, no money. 2 years later, no money. 3 years later, no money. 2 kids were hit, no money. But yet, when you bring a problem to us, we look for a way to solve it. We might not be perfect, but at least we take some attempt at it. It'd be really nice if other government entities took that care and concern for the public's tax dollar. So it doesn't go on deaf ears, but, you know, unless you give me the right to go pave the highway and make the lanes bigger at Shepherd, there's going to be a traffic jam every morning. The way probably to lessen it is to put your child on a bus. But I appreciate some parents don't want to do that, but we don't control the roads. And you know what? We don't get any tax dollars off of gas. So I'm pretty sure that DOT collects a lot of money each year off of our taxes on gas. So we've asked many, many years to look at that. Even when it comes to building Weathers Creek High School or Parkertown, we have to front the money to build the roads under their guidelines up front and then hope to get reimbursed at some point 6 months or a year later. And I'm pretty sure that probably doesn't come with interest. So at some point in life, it would be nice to be patted by the public for all the great things we do. A conversation in the public has EBT cards has become a hot topic. And guys, you know, the most effective way to feed our kids in this nation is the National Lunch Program. You will not even come close to being as cost-effective feeding our kids. A lunch is $3, $3.25. The recent data that come out, if you prepare a lunch for your child at home, is around $6, $6.25. So again, you can't do it any cheaper than us. As a matter of fact, not as cheap. And ours is nutritional and has to go through a lot of guidelines. But you know, if we really want to look for efficiencies, they are entities that do a really good job. And I would say that's your public school system. And we are accountable for the dollars you invest in us. So that said, I would say that the system that North Carolina still holds on to, now we're down to about 3 states. We have about 14 metrics that we're required to report out to the state and to the federal government. But the only thing that seems to come up is EOGs and EOCs. That is not a measure of what we do. That's one of 14 measures of what we do. Graduation rate in this nation back in the 70s was around 60-some%. And I would tell you today, if you don't have a high school diploma or a GED, you're most likely not getting a job. So we had tons of people not qualified to go to work. I'm on multiple boards across this county, sit on, and required by law to sit on quite a few. And I can tell you our industry, I used to hear 15 years ago about, my gosh, what are you sending us? These kids don't know how to do this. These kids don't know how to collaborate. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to do this whole list of things. I don't hear that. I haven't heard that in many, many years. What I do hear is, man, y'all are doing a phenomenal job providing us with skilled workforce that walk into our plants and are able to go to work. So I think that's a measure of how good of a school system we are too. That doesn't come down to a finite EOG or EOC. Proficiency, again, there's 40 years of data, 400 or 500 data points with 400 or 500 million data points with 99% confidence interval. There's an indirect relationship between economically disadvantaged students and proficiency. So you tell me what your free introduced lunch is, I'll tell you what your proficiency is. So what gives that number? So growth, as a true educator, we know that growth is what we need to be concerned about. And there's some schools that are proficient, but they're not meeting growth. Those are a concern to me as much as those schools that aren't doing either one. So we continue to pour into that. We have the answer, and I think we started a task force, and already have had quite a few comments from our first meeting. I think we have a proven model to help lessen the impact of poverty, and that's just called preschool, guys. It's not rocket science. The sooner we start those kids, the greater we close the gaps. The data we have is the same data nationally. Kids in poverty or economically disadvantaged start school 2 to 2.5 years behind their non-disadvantaged peers. So about the only way to catch up, the tortoise and the hare can't run faster and catch up because there's only so many minutes in a day. So I think we can do this, and at some point the board's probably going to direct me, but I would like to gather some more data with the task force. But I think, one of the edicts that I would even like to try just to see what we can do is at some point at least take one of our most impoverished schools and try to do pre-K. You have to wrap your head around that. It's more than just the cost of the teacher. I've already run numbers on transportation. If we don't transport the kids, most of them can't get there. So that's about $130,000 for 60 kids. Typically, there's 18 kids in a pre-K class. So it would be nice to do that for 4 years, and on the 4th year would be the end of grade 3, and see how those kids perform and what the data shows versus the kids that didn't. And I think that would be the biggest bang for our buck, and I think a lot of us agree to that. The young lady that stepped to the podium, she's been here a couple times, and I'm not sure what she's disgruntled about, but 6 years ago, so Dr. Berry can provide this information to her. You take our informational chart from 6 years ago to today, there's 18 positions within the top of this organization that are no longer there. So, John Ribbick's leaving tonight for many reasons, but one of them, he's getting an opportunity to have greater responsibility, but with that also comes a huge increase in salary. So we are constantly looking at what our administrators make, and we're in competition. That come up tonight. How do we pay our principals? So if you look around the state, so I do this because I grew up here. My salary, if you look at it in comparable districts, I'm about $60,000 underpaid. And those districts aren't performing it like we are. But I didn't come here for money, and the board will tell you I've not asked for money. So at the bottom line, I was born and raised here, and I'm sitting in this chair because of a 5th grade teacher. Not lip service, but hard work that made a difference in my life. So I'm pouring back into my community. So the individual she spoke about, we added a position. We didn't add a position. Linda Gillen just retired. We filled her position. As a matter of fact, the principal took a pay cut to accept that position. So again, we don't, in adding a position, I have to come to the board to do that. So no, we're not blindly wasting what little few dollars we have. The problem is when you have a penny and you have 6 kids and all of them want candy at the store, figure out how all of them are going to get candy. If the candy's a penny, how are all 6 of them getting candy? So there's where we're at, folks. We are one of the lowest funded districts in the state. We can't continue to produce the numbers we produce and the quality of people we have when they have the option to go next door. South Carolina's already raised its teacher pay significantly. So I'm already hearing that people are going across the border from Charlotte. Well, that sucking sound, as Ross Perot said many years ago, is only going to head north, and it's going to start taking our people. So, and we've lost quite a few to Charlotte Meck. We haven't really talked about that. Well, we've lost about 14 administrators to Charlotte Meck, and it was for one reason. It's about $25,000 or $30,000 pay increase. So, again, there's always things we can improve in, but, these guys do a hard job to make sure the money goes in the classroom. For instance, we provide our teachers with around $72, $73 per student. The state average, and Adam, you correct me if I'm wrong, is around 35, maybe 30. So we're giving our teachers twice the state average when it comes to student supply money. So, there are ways we're trying to pour into it, but when the money supply continues to be cut, there's not a whole lot left for us to do. So we are truly down to We can't do any more positions. Everyone in central office and executive staff is doing 3 or 4 director jobs under their title that used to be in this district that are underneath them. So, like March and Care, has everything from feeding kids to getting them home to making sure there's a school building. That didn't ever exist. Those are all 3 separate entities that in the past had 3 separate directors. And so we're trying our best to cut the corner, but it's just very difficult, folks. And the problem doesn't lie here in this board, in this administration. The problem lies in Raleigh. And until we get the people in that believe in public education, we're going to continue to see vouchers, et cetera, and go from there. So, and again, don't mind competition. Just want to make sure that we're having the same rules applied as charter schools, as private schools, as Christian schools. And I've already showed this board we're not. There's four separate school systems in North Carolina. Constitution, Mr. Kupenick says, we will fund public education. So evidently, if we get enough Supreme Court justices to redefine what that means, then we can go to sleep at night, hand the money out to everybody. So that's what we do. We're not paying Leandro. There's $700 and some thousand that we were owed in fines and forfeitures from almost 12 years ago. Never got that money. So it's continuous. If you beat me over the head enough, I'm going to figure out I probably don't need to be around you. So since 2013, we have constantly degraded and tried our best to defund public education. And I commend anyone that would work under these conditions and continue to do so, because you're doing it because it's a calling. You're certainly not doing it because of the way we're treated. Thank you.
So we'll finish up on that. Okay, there is an announcement. Go ahead.
I did want to mention Arts and Education because she does an awesome job. If you don't, and I know Mr. Sloan and quite a few of you have been out to the events, the plays we put on, the dramas, the chorus, the symphony, the strings. If you've not got to any of these, you're really missing out on a treat. They're all over the county. I try my best to get to the county-wide ones. South Iredell fussed at me enough, so I made sure I got to one of those. I said, I am coming to yours. Let's not plan a district one on that night. So there is just a plethora of talent in this district in all areas, and it really is great to get out to these. So I did want to give Courtney a shout-out. Frazier, she does a great job of trying to bring all that together and keep up with it.
Okay, so just some other quick announcements. So the lights are getting dimmed on us. We better hurry. September 22nd is Teacher Work Day for traditional schools and early college. October 13th, we do have a Board of Education meeting that day. I think we only have one meeting next month, if I'm not correct, Ms. Kelly. So October 13th, we'll do a motion to go into close. We'll open up the meeting, motion to go to closed session at 4, and return back into open session at 6 p.m., assuming closed session doesn't go longer than we expect. October 13th and 14th are teacher work days. So that gives everybody a reason to sit home on the 13th and watch the school board meeting, right? And October 13th through the 17th are intercession days at MB Mills Elementary School, because they're on a year-round schedule. That's all I have. Ms. Haynes, I think we have a traditional thing that you do at the end of all meetings.
I move to adjourn.
We have a move to adjourn that supersedes all other motions. So all those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Oh, we had a second. We had a second by Mr. Sloan. I'm so sorry. Thank you. We've already voted on the ayes. All those against adjourning and talking more and more, say nay. It's passed unanimously.